wanted to advise me. Well, he asked of me why I chose the side I chose. And clearly, I, I told him that it is by far the better choice. And we, of course, shared a laugh. I know at least two of his children very well. He has Glaspole, Melisha, and Christos. And Christos I know very well, and Melisha. And thankfully, both Melisha and Christos have gone on in his footsteps in relation to law and now run a very thriving practice in Black River. Unfortunately, like most families in Black River, the family would have suffered significant damage from Hurricane Melissa. They live in Black River, the family home is in Black River, and would have suffered tremendous damage. So I know it is an extremely challenging time for the family, and as such, I want to just share my deepest condolences with them and thank Mel Brown for his service to Jamaica and for laying a foundation in the constituency of St. Elizabeth Southwestern. May his soul rest in peace, and may light perpetual shine on him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too join in expressing my sympathies and condolences on the passing of former Member of Parliament Mel Brown. As the current member for Southwest St. Elizabeth indicated, he had two stints in the Parliament, one during the 70s and the other between 1993 and 1990 and 1997, which was the period that we both served together. As is known, he retired at the end of that term. I must say, Madam Speaker, I had the benefit of experiencing his grace and his wisdom as a parliamentarian of significant experience, my being a first termer at the time. What I can say, he has made invaluable contribution during his time in this House, and I vouch for that during the period that I served with him. We had the opportunity to meet a few times after he demitted office, and he had continued interest and expressed it in the development of the parish that he was from, served in, and lived in. I was not surprised that the current Member of Parliament conveyed his disappointment that he chose the side he chose. He never said that to the House, but I'm certain Mel Brown would have been disappointed to have heard that from a young man who had some promise. So I too join in conveying best wishes to his family, immediate and wider family members, and those in the legal fraternity that he was a part of for a great number of years. I believe, Madam Speaker, this Parliament was made better for the time that our former colleague Mel Brown served here. And Jamaica is a beneficiary of the sacrifices that he made during that time and those contributions. May his soul rest in peace and light shines perpetually on him.
Let me ask the member from St. James East Central first, and immediately after that, the member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join with my colleagues, House Leader and the member from St. Catherine Southern, in paying tribute to one of the pioneers of the political process in the West. And I said pioneer because of the the parish on two separate occasions, embracing two different constituencies. And so it is from that point of view that we speak of him in the terms I mentioned, because it's very few people in time who have transcended to serve in this way. And I remember, not based on my own personal knowledge, but the history of one FLB slave boy, Evans, from Westmoreland Eastern, at the end. But he left Westmoreland Eastern and went to Westmoreland Western in order to defeat somebody who called him a certain name at a certain point in time. And he had a humor that was different. And that humor is the same humor that Mel Brown had as a politician and as a servant of the people in St. Elizabeth. But my own recollection of him as a youngster, as a boy, going to high school in St. Elizabeth, and knowing that Mel got married to one of my family members, was that I didn't understand why he got into politics, because he was a very unlikely character for political conscription. But I think he was overcome by the charm of a certain political leader at the time, as many were. And we as family members said, oh my God, what is Mel Brown doing? But he went and he succeeded and served well, as has been indicated by both members earlier. But he loved Black River. Mel Brown loved Black River. And I know it must have been particularly painful for him, as he expired just a few days, in fact, after Melissa demolished Black River. And I know that he spent all his years nurturing and building the communities around Black River, Slipe and Kataboo, and Mountainside. And believe me, he, for me, was part of the inspiration that caused my own entry into representation politics. It was a little painful for me to see. It was a little painful for me to see him going to a seat where there was no history. There was no antecedent to support his choice of going to that seat, but perhaps sheer loyalty. Northwest St. Elizabeth. And I mean, he managed to win it because of a particular incident that took place at the time. You remember that incident? when all of the West went a certain way. And I had to go down and recover it. So he went, and of course his tenure was truncated by the simple fact that he had broken a tradition which had to be retained. So the Lewises literally owned Northwest. And then, of course, JC took over from him and has been the Member of Parliament to his retirement in the last election. But he's a family man, or was a family man, a strong family man. And he liked his juice a little bit. He enjoyed a good little relationship with Bacchus, you know, from time to
Hey, bomb buckler, dirty ninja turkey boy. Now come to my family, laugh, bomb buckler, laugh. Like that is a blood clot suck girl. Yeah. Look at him for your guinea chick.
John Brown and Mel
Say
Brown
sister that
and
is blood
all of
clot
them.
island.
And they were a
Bujo
wonderful
Bantan
set
say,
of
me no island that
men,
long enough.
doctor,
Oh,
lawyers,
it's
and
a
other
legit man work at
professionals
NHT. I'm
who
not coming out with
that
blood clot parliament called
really
laugh
made
pussy. Because it's a
Jamaica
blood
town
clot wearing
hum,
girl.
if you
If you're a
allow
guinea
me to
chick.
use that phrase, Madam Speaker. So his has been a full life, well lived, a contribution well made, and a tradition that his family is proud of today, and we, the beneficiaries of his wonderful legacy, can feel proud that we knew him, we met him, and he added value to our existence. So as he goes and we pay tribute to him in this honorable house, let us be reminded that ours is the responsibility to continue to serve and to serve well, so that when our moment has come and we expire, it can be said like Mel, he did well, and we want him to go in peace and in the name of the Lord. So may his soul rest in peace, and light perpetual shine on him as we offer condolences to his family and his extended family and the many people of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland that he served so well over the years.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to add to the encomiums that have been expressed in the House this afternoon, because I got to know Mel Brown over the last 2 years quite well. He had me to his house twice when I was in that part of the world, and he put on a magnificent spread for the team I was with, and his family were there, and I can endorse what the member for East Central St. James has said as to the fact that they were a close-knit family, and there was a lot of love in that home. And I certainly felt extremely welcome on both occasions that he extended his hospitality to me. He was, I think, well into his 90s, so he lived a good innings, having entered this house first in 1972, and that's, over 50 years ago. And indeed, he also, from our point of view, pulled off a fairly remarkable achievement in winning Northwest St. Elizabeth in 1993. We've heard the excuse given or alluded to by one of the culprits that allegedly caused it. But be that as it may, it's an inspirational legacy, and one which I know we will be looking to build on. And we've already started that process. But Mel Brown was also a highly respected attorney at law. As has been said, 2 of his children were called to the bar and are practicing in the firm of Mel Brown and Co. And, I know that the family must have been very saddened by his passing. He passed on the 22nd of October, which is literally 6 days before the hurricane hit and devastated Black River in such a cataclysmic way. And so I'm, in a way, glad that he was spared, seeing the town, which, as you have said, he loved so much, go through that terrible devastation that has visited it. And I just hope that his family, that they're okay, and that, they will have the opportunity amidst the strife that has afflicted Western Jamaica with the hurricane, be able to mourn their patriarch, Mel Brown, appropriately and well. And may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Last but not least, the member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join in expressing condolence to the Brown family in particular, and to his son, Dr. Michael Brown. The House Leader referenced 3 of the children, but Mikey, whom I affectionately refer to him as, is a friend and the son of the late Mel Brown. Madam Speaker, when I served in the other branch of government as judge for the parish of St. Elizabeth, Mel Brown regularly appeared before me, and I got to know him very well. To say that he was a character is to put it mildly. He was often referred to as a country squire. He loved the law, and he was in court very often. But I have a fond memory of him, Madam Speaker. On one occasion, the court was sitting, but West Indies was playing, and he had about 6 matters on the list. And all of the cases were ready, and he wanted an adjournment. And when he was asked the reason for the adjournment, he thought, how could the young judge dare to ask a reason when West Indies was playing? And when I said to him that all the cases were ready, and that would not be a sufficient reason for adjournment, he muttered under his breath that when he went to Parliament, I was then in diapers. I came close to asking him to show cause why he should not be cited for contempt. But it ended up as a joke in the court because almost every attorney on that day wanted to be elsewhere at Sabina Park. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, Mel Brown lived a full life. And I also want to extend condolence to the members of the St. Elizabeth Bar, who I know will greatly mourn his passing. May his soul rest in peace.
Mel Brown served in this honorable house for 12 years and served his nation with pride and integrity. I extend condolences to his family, particularly the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown, his friends, and those who knew him and loved him. May his soul rest in eternal peace. We will now, House Leader, move along with our next tribute.
Madam Speaker, the next tribute is to the Honorable James Jimmy Cliff Chambers, OM, and we will start the tributes with the Most Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. Today, Jamaica mourns one of her greatest sons, James Chambers. The renowned Jimmy Cliff passed away on November 24th, 2025, at the age of 81. We extend deepest condolences of a grateful nation to his wife, Latifah, and his children, and his entire family, friends, colleagues, and fans across the globe. We rise in Parliament to honor a boy from deep rural St. James who became an international superstar, a cultural ambassador, and the conscience for the world. Jimmy Cliff was born James Chambers in Somerton District, St. James, the second youngest of 9 children. As a little boy in primary school, he would stand near a neighbor's sound system, absorbing Mento and the early popular music of the day. And then he would go on to write his own music, make his own songs. At 14, his father took him to Kingston officially so he could attend Kingston Technical High School. But in Jimmy's heart, the trip was about music. In East Kingston, he shared a single rented room with his cousin, and it was there he adopted the name Jimmy Cliff, symbolizing the heights he intended to climb. He walked the streets with his notebook, going from producer to producer, entering talent contests, determined that somebody would listen. One evening, as he himself later recalled, he pushed his way into a record shop and a restaurant as they were closing and persuaded the owner, Leslie Kong, to go into the record business, starting with me. Out of that bold move came the hit, and can you imagine, Hurricane Hattie? That was the hit in 1962, recorded when he was still a teenager. And then a string of early songs such as Miss Jamaica and Kings of Kings that made his name across the island. In 1964, this same youth from Somerton was chosen to represent Jamaica at the World's Fair in New York. And I leave this part to Minister Grange to give a little bit more of the context and history, because you were around then. And you would be able to give the details as to how Mr. Siaga was very influential in Jimmy Cliff going on to participate in the World's Fair in New York. And then he appeared on the television special, This Is Ska, alongside Prince Buster, Toots and the Maytals, and Byron Lee and the Dragonaires. Early signs that Jimmy Cliff was already carrying Jamaica's music beyond our shores. But, Madam Speaker, many people met Jimmy Cliff not first on the radio, but on the big screen. In 1972, he starred as Ivan Martin, in The Harder They Come, Jamaica's first major homegrown feature film. The character was loosely based on the real 1940s outlaw Reagan, but the struggles we saw on screen, a country boy in Kingston fighting for his place in the music industry, resisting injustice, came straight out of the lived experience of people like himself. The film was shot in our streets, our yards, and in our language. When it reached the United States, it was so rich in Jamaican patois that it became, as critics said, perhaps the first English language film that needed subtitles for the American audience. Yet, the world leaned in. The movie and its soundtrack were widely credited with bringing reggae to the world and remain among the most important cultural exports ever to leave Jamaica. In 1920, the soundtrack was added to the US Library of Congress National Recording Registry as a work of enduring cultural significance. Through that film, Jimmy Cliff became not just a singer who toured abroad, but Jamaica's first reggae movie star, the face and voice of a new, confident Caribbean story. Behind the hits are stories that speak to Jimmy Cliff's depth as an artist. In 1960,
Autumn. The incredible outdoors at its most spectacular. Coast and country at their most dramatic. Like no other season, autumn stirs the senses. Senses creating wonderful memories that will last us through the winter. It's in everything we see, hear, smell, touch, and taste. Giving you every reason you need to extend your camping season. Book an autumn club site break today.
followed by a letter to his mother announcing his death in war. Bob Dylan is said to have called it the best protest song he had ever heard, a testament to Jimmy Cliff's ability to speak to global injustice from a Jamaican perspective. You can get it if you really want it. Captured another side of him, the encourager. He recounted that people could come up to him and say, I heard that song. I went back to school. Now I am a teacher, and I use your song with my students. That's how he inspired. For him, that more than awards was his success. The song has been adopted by political movements, sport teams, and classrooms around the world. Proof that a Jamaican message of grit and hope can travel to every continent. Later, his soaring cover of I Can See Clearly Now for the film Cool Runnings once again married Jamaican story to global audiences, this time through the improbable tale of our bobsled team, which at this point we acknowledge as won gold in an international competition. Jimmy Cliff was, by his own description, a seeker. He grew up in a Christian family, later embraced Rastafari, and in the 1970s converted to Islam after travels in Africa. Over time, he explored other traditions and religions, including Buddhism and Judaism, and in later years, he spoke of having a universal outlook on life, no longer tying himself to any one movement, but saying, now I can see clearly. Asked by the Observer about the greatest lesson life had taught him, he answered simply, seek to know who I am and be who I am. In another reflection on life and love, he said, don't hurt yourself and don't hurt anyone else. Love is the essence of all things. Those are not the words of a man chasing celebrity. They are the words of an artist grounded in conscience. His famous line that he would rather die free than live as someone's puppet or slave became a watchword for personal and political dignity. He often said he was not a supporter of any political party. He simply believed in right and not wrong, and always sided with the poor and the dispossessed. In that sense, he was a natural ally of every struggle for justice at home and abroad. Jimmy Cliff's journey from Somerton to the world stage is written in the honors he received and the doors he opened. He was awarded Jamaica's Order of Merit in 2003, and at the time of his passing, was the only living reggae musician to hold that distinction, the highest honor our country can give in the arts and sciences. In 2010, he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where he is only one of two Jamaicans, the other being Bob Marley. The hall hails him as reggae's first champion who carried the music across the globe. He was nominated for the Grammy Awards 7 times and won twice for Reggae Album of the Year. First for Cliffhanger in 1985 and again Rebirth in 2012. I leave the rest of his long accomplishments to Minister Grange and others to point them out. In Jimmy Cliff, we see the best of Jamaica. Creativity, born in humble circumstances, courage to push open closed doors, a restless mind always searching for deeper truth, and a heart that insisted that love and justice must walk together. On behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I extend profound condolences to his wife, Latifah, to his children and grandchildren, to his relatives in Somerton and across St. James, and to the countless colleagues and fans here and abroad who feel this loss so personally. We also pay tribute to the many Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who inspired his music, chose a different path, who went back to school, stood up for their rights, crossed their own many rivers because a song from a small island told them they could do it. Jimmy Cliff has taken his final bow, but his voice will continue to echo in dance halls and churches and quiet moments of reflection. His life reminds us that Jamaica's creativity is indeed world-class, and that our stories, told in our language, our rhythm, are powerful enough to move the world. May his soul rest in peace, and may perpetual light shine upon him, and may we, the living, honor his legacy by building a wonderful world of beautiful people that his song so often imagined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish we had been told that we would be doing this today so we could have prepared something appropriately fulsome to honor a great Jamaican cultural ambassador, James Chambers, Jimmy Cliff. Jimmy Cliff occupies a special place in Jamaica's popular music tradition. He is not and cannot be categorized like any other artist that we have produced. He is unique in a number of ways. He's unique in his musical style, the way he writes, the way he sings. He's unique in his image because, as the Prime Minister indicated, he has gone through a process of spiritual evolution throughout his life, which I don't think is a path that others have followed who have made it in the reggae genre. So from that perspective as well, he was unique. He had a very beautiful tenor voice and a tremendous range that he was able to reach with that gift of God. And he was also, of course, a great songwriter and a wonderful performer. The Harder They Come is a work of art that I don't think Jamaica has sufficiently acknowledged for the influential role that it played in bringing our culture and our musical culture in particular to the world. And Jimmy Cliff played a major role in that film. First of all, he starred the film as a young actor. I don't know if he'd acted before, but he was a natural, and he played that part with an authentic convincingness, if that's a word, that has helped to assure its longevity. And for those who haven't had the benefit of watching The Harder They Come, it repays the time spent watching it because it is still so fresh when you watch it. Although the scenes in it, of course, are in the early 70s, late 60s perhaps. I don't know when Perry Hensel started shooting it, but though set in that era, the themes of it, the dialogue, the music are all timeless. The soundtrack, which Jimmy Cliff had at least 2 songs on it, so that's why I say he had such a major influence, because that soundtrack is also extremely influential. I personally rate that soundtrack as one of the greatest film soundtracks ever in any genre. Toots is on it, Desmond Dekker is on it, the Slickers are on it, and Jimmy Cliff. Jimmy Cliff has 2 songs on it. Many Rivers Across is on it, and The Harder They Come is on it. And there's no doubt that that film which kind of was distributed in a very unorthodox way because it didn't have any major distributor behind it. The way the whole film was put together, you know, Pat Rousseau was telling me one day, you know, how he was asked by Perry and Trevor Rohn, who was very involved in it too, to raise the money, and went around and signed promissory notes with people to fund the production. This is way before GoFundMe, way before. And it was distributed by Perry going out to Europe, to the North America, wherever he could go, and getting independent cinemas to license it and show it. And that thing has never stopped showing. It is, if you go to any major capital in the world, you can watch it at any time. And for those who haven't had a chance to see it, I urge you to find a way of watching it. What I would say is, Jimmy's input in that album launched his musical career to a new level. And of course, he penetrated markets which had not traditionally been open to Jamaican music. And, you know, he became a much-loved cultural ambassador for Jamaica, in Brazil in particular, but also in Africa. And, you know, he never lost his love for Jamaica, of course. Those of us who love football and were around will have attended the final qualifying match for the 1998 Road to France campaign at the National Stadium. And on that blisteringly hot day, in a Ram Stadium, Jimmy Cliff performed. And he performed The Harder They Come. Yeah. And he had the stadium rocking. And there was no doubt we were going to qualify for the World Cup. And qualify we did. Big up Jimmy Cliff. The last time I saw him perform was on the university campus at Mona. There was a show put on which was supposed to be the first of a series, but seems to have been the first and the last. And it was in the chapel gardens of the campus. And he was the main act. And it was full, and he performed a long set. And it was absolutely brilliant. He had the audience enthralled and in his hand. His catalog is massive, and he could draw on hits from every decade. And no one left that concert not feeling that this had been a privilege to have been able to watch and listen to that performance. So I'm just glad that I'm able to say these words to honor him as a great Jamaican, truly deserving of the Order of Merit, which he was granted in 2003, and somebody whose music will live on through the ages, and whose performance in that seminal film will also. A son of the soil of St. James, Somerton, former Prime Minister, Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, I think attended Somerton Primary School and wrote a superb tribute to Jimmy Cliff yesterday. And I want to pay tribute to that tribute as well. But, you know, Jimmy Cliff's passing was sudden. I didn't know he was ailing. I knew him a bit. I'd been to his house and met him there. Something to do with the music business. I can't remember what I was doing there at the time. But I remember he came out and met with me and my team. And he was extremely friendly and welcoming, you know, when he didn't really know us. So that was, you know, I think a testament to the kind of person he was, because, you know, we were bothering him, but he didn't mind. He was happy to see us, and we had a good talk. So from that personal point of view, I can acknowledge that he was a special kind of man. So rest in peace, Jimmy Cliff, and may the chimes in heaven configure themselves in accordance with your own melodies. And may your music welcome all of us if we make it there. Thank you, Madam.
We'll next take the member from St. James East Central, after which we will take the member from Kingston Western, then the member from St. Catherine East Central, and finally the member from St. Catherine Central, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today this Honorable House and all Jamaica mourns one of our most gifted sons, James Jimmy Cliff Chambers, who was not only an ordinary star, but indeed a global superstar. He was a cultural architect who helped shape how the world sees and understands Jamaica. From Somerton in St. James to the grand stages of Europe, Africa, the Americas and beyond, his voice carried our struggles, our hopes, and our irrepressible spirit. As a young man growing up, I remember when his early hits began to filter through on my little transistor radio and the sound systems that were across my parish and were the feature of the musical instrumental reproductions of the time. So long before data and streaming now. Get it if you really want it came on. He gave voice, Madam Speaker, to the ambitions of a new Jamaica, just emerging into independence and eager to take its place on the world stage. His genius was not confined to the recording studio. Through his unforgettable role in The Harder They Come, he helped to put Jamaican film and music on a global map in one powerful stroke. That film, Madam Speaker, and his performance in it changed how the world saw reggae, how it saw Jamaican people, and how it understood the relationships between struggle, dignity, and triumph. For tourism, that visibility was transformational. Long before many visitors set foot on our shores, it was Jimmy Cliff's music and image that first carried them here in their imagination. His songs became part of the soundtrack of Brand Jamaica.
So it look like when I plan to talk, you will bumble at night about this.
Filmmakers.
It come like when I plan for just waste time in a parliament and talk the whole time. Big up yourself, Jimmy Cliff. R.I.P. to condolence. That's why I go condolence to the family. Condolence to the family. But
in many ways, he was.
I'm going to tell you this blood clot Ninja Turtle. I'm going to tell you this something, Ninja Turtle. Condolence to Jimmy Cliff family, but I don't want to use the whole even to talk about this. You know, see the press conference we might go and do today. I don't want to cock up on a blood clot for the whole night and talk about this. We have bigger fish to fry. Condolence to the family. Keep it moving.
A one-man global marketing campaign for Jamaica. Authentic, compelling, and impossible to ignore. Our tourism statistics tell one story. Jimmy Cliff's influence tells another. The countless visitors who say, I came to Jamaica because of the music and the movies, are very often talking about him. Whether, indeed, Madam Speaker, they realized it or not. The harder they came, is the more they felt the power of the global curiosity that Jamaican life and culture offered. His songs, played in airports, hotels, cruise ships, and festivals across the world, turned that curiosity into deep emotional connection. That connection is at the heart of why people choose Jamaica over and over again. Not just for the sand, sea, and sun, but for a feeling they first encountered through the voices of people like Jimmy Cliff. One of the proudest moments of my public life, Madam Speaker, was on March 28, 2019, when we stood together in Montego Bay to officially rename the Gloucester Avenue as the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard. I remember looking up at the new sign and thinking how fitting it was that the very heart of our hip strip, trod by millions of visitors, would now bear the name of a son of Somerton who had carried Jamaica to the world. That day, as Jimmy Cliff expressed how much it meant to him to be honored in his parish of his birth, you could feel the love flowing not just from the crowd, but from the city itself. It was as if Montego Bay was embracing its own. Over the years, I had the privilege of sharing many platforms and quiet conversations with him. Despite the Grammys, the rock and roll.
I got him for there, you know. Just sit the fuck down. I don't want to hear nothing about tourism. We want Andrew Holness to deal with. And Floyd Green. And the finance minister. And Christopher Tufton. Him can't tell me to give a fuck about tourism. Tourism not benefit we. So you come here come talk for the whole evening about Jimmy Cliff. Well, I want to know saying dead.
Hall of Fame, the Order of Merit, and all the global acclaim, Jimmy Cliff remained grounded, reflective, and deeply spiritual. Indeed, when you walk through the community of Somerton, where he had his early beginnings and had relationships with the former Prime Minister, P.J. Patterson, as well as the Honorable Dr. Harold Blair, Lenny Littlewhite, his cousin, and a number of other outstanding.
Remember, Mark Golding never know, so they have this ceremony here, you know. Mark Golding never know they have this ceremony. But because Mark Golding is versatile, he can talk some genuine things about Jimmy Cliff off her head. Then write one whole long hardcover book. One whole blood clot hardcover book. Through them one whole of parliament. So we can't get to deal with the business. Mark Gold never knows this keep, you know. They should have prepared a different time for this ceremony here. Them are waste with parliament time with this long drawn out ceremony. You might go on like them a Jimmy Cliff family. Ask them if they buy a Jimmy Cliff album. Ask some of them if they have a Jimmy Cliff album in their house. They come now come talk about Jimmy Cliff like we don't like reggae artists. Come and fight them. I want to mash up reggae dance and reggae, you know. When I come and talk about Jimmy Cliff, Jim is a superstar. I don't want to use the whole parliament and I talk about Jimmy Cliff. When we have people still maroon after 1 month of Andrew Wallace girl, Melissa. People still maroon when I come talk about Jimmy Cliff. We should keep a personal thing if we don't want to throw no tribute. We don't know if you use it for full time. Fuck don't know.
Citizens from the great little community of Somerton in East Central St. James. You feel the pride of the community. And Madam Speaker, when we had a reunion at Somerton recently with the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson and Lenny Littlewhite and a number of others, Jimmy Cliff was there. And he committed to working and building out areas in the community. And one of the decisions that was taken Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Education.
Them a try to ignore the crisis in Jamaica, you know. With this join out thing about Jamaica. Fuck you not going with, you know. You see, Andrew, he want piece of 2 before crossing blood clot. I want 2 before he want crossing pussy clot. You know come and waste time in our parliament. You think that with blood clot, you couldn't come do? Look, we have, hey, Jamaica in a crisis, you know, more important things they talk about, you know. Them are waste the whole bumbo-clad parliament to talk about Jimmy Cliff. Me say Andrew want piece of 2 before right cross him mouth.
Might have an interest in this, is to name the Summerton Primary School that he and Prime Minister P.J. Patterson went to as students, the Jimmy Cliff School of Excellence in the Arts for Primary Schools. And that is a position that the entire community embraced and that I proffer today for consideration by our Minister of Education. So to me, Jimmy was not just a legend of stage and screen, but a friend and brother from East Central St. James. His journey from a rural district to world icon status is a powerful reminder of what talent, discipline, and faith can achieve when matched with opportunity. For our tourism workers, our creatives, our young people in the inner cities and rural communities, Jimmy Cliff's story is a living textbook in perseverance and possibilities. Jamaica is better because Jimmy Cliff lived, and the world is richer because he sang. His voice will continue to echo in hotels, on cruise ships, in concert halls, in films, on Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, and in the hills of Summerton, where it all began. On behalf of the people of the great constituency of East Central St. James, and certainly the wider fraternity of friends and the countless visitors who were first introduced to Jamaica through the music of Jimmy Cliff, I extend heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and the fans across the world.
We are only worried about Jimmy Cliff dead. But you know now worry about the move of people who are dead in Westmoreland and all now you know go take out the body them out of the community them. You know worry about Jimmy Cliff dead. And the Jamaican people wanna walk up and down in a sun at night. If you go to the work. Enough of them dead. Decay decompose in them property. And all now you know reach to them and come and talk for the whole fucking evening. We're not gonna talk about Jimmy Cliff. Eh? We have so much things to deal with. Andrew Wallace got blood clot Africa. And the last time Mama P got Africa. Andrew Wallace say Mama P go pay respect to the ancestors them. Andrew Wallace say no give a fuck about ancestors. Portia, Mama P if you come back with trade deal when struck with Africa. See him taking whole blood clot family got Africa. I want to know what kind of trade deal him struck down Africa. We no come and talk about Jimmy Cliff for the whole blood clot evening. Eh? And look how much of people them maroon and dead in them place. And now you don't move them in a pussy. You don't waste with time, you know. Me respect Jimmy Cliff, you know, one great icon, a great reggae icon. But him is not a politician. You don't have to talk about him so long. You never be album. You don't care about him like that. You don't buy time to just contract some fuck and give the opposition no time to question what the fuck you want to chat. You don't fuck up, you know. Let me tell you something. The people will start plan to beat, you know. They will stop talk now and plan one day when they are going to beat, you know, blood clot. And they say, reach now, you know. The people them will stop chat and plan which day they are going to beat, you know, blood clot. You never know.
May his soul rest in peace, and may his legacy forever guide us as we continue the work of building a Jamaica that the world comes to experience and that every Jamaican is proud to call home because James Chambers lived. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make a brief contribution to Jimmy Cliff. I had the pleasure, Madam Speaker, of knowing Jimmy personally. Jimmy Cliff, many people might not know this, used to live on Spanish Town Road.
Then this no more than this slackness, man. So you are going to tell me now, so the whole of them write one speech, we get up and talk about Jimmy Cliff and our time? And our time? But it look like a freedom parliament, enough for parliament again, it look like a freedom parliament. So you are going to tell me now, so the whole of them, I go get up, the whole of them, I go get up with freedom speech read about Jimmy Cliff. When time we have, there's a fucking disaster, crisis in Jamaica. So the whole of them write script. If you can't talk about, none of them never, none of them. Might be only this Batty Boy, see a girl. Might be only him alone have a Jimmy Cliff album. Because I remember him played on a Nationwide on Sunday. The boy, see a bitch. So might be him we have a Jimmy Cliff album. Because them type of music them played on a Nationwide on Sunday. But you are going to tell me now, say, all of this drunk dog shit here. Write script about Jimmy Cliff, come on, go and read. In our parliament time, when time, in a Hanover, you know, we don't hear them talk about, you know. You have people still, nobody from the government, you have people still maroon, you know. You have water still rise. A further cut off community, you know. In a Hanover, you know. And you go tell me so now, them a dog shit now. Write script. If you can't talk about this now, our parliament. Jimmy Cliff not nothing to do with the parliament, you know. Then can keep something special for Jimmy Cliff if they really want to talk about him like that. I kill them, I kill time. Because they don't want, they don't give a fuck about Jamaican people. But me didn't know that's how dirty Andrew stay. I Uno never know. Him trick Uno, but he couldn't trick me because I that telling about him for a long time. So I don't expect nothing better from this dog shit. And what Uno are going to do about it? Because they now listen to we, you know, them I do their own thing. So for them I do their own thing, we do our own thing. Go get some pickaxe, get some baseball bat and plan one day which day we are going to plan to beat them. Because them put their hand on the Bible and swear say them are going to do right by we. And we see say them gone off track, so we have to beat them, carry them back on track. We don't know chatting with them again, you know. Because it is obvious they don't give a fuck about you, you know. Only for election, only time near to election, you know. See, Andrew, 3 weeks before election, Andrew starts campaign with the money, you know. 3 weeks before election, Andrew start campaign with the money. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night, 3 o'clock in a people community. And now them make it look like forget to the people them, assist the people them who affected by the tornado Andrew Wallace and these people can't come to Jamaica to create them smart city. He might go on like him forget in a member where the people them live. When time he might go look them for them voting, employ people to go in every nook and cranny, forget all the people them for vote. Use the same bomb-buckler strategy, get in the nook and cranny and assist the people them. But he don't give a fuck about you know, because I buy him by the vote. Me did know say son stay. Uno never know uno get tricked. Them are coming our parliament right now. If talk the whole evening about Jimmy Cliff. Uno now watch a press conference with a press briefing with Mark Wallen today. So much things to talk about. So much things that happen. Remember people still asleep at door for almost 1 month. People still asleep at door. And then come in our parliament and waste our time and talk about Jimmy Cliff. Like they love Jimmy Cliff more than Jimmy Cliff family. Them operate like they love Jimmy Cliff more than Jimmy Cliff family. So only when they are dead, then show your ratings. You see them?
This Black Friday, SpaBreaks.com has up to 60% off hundreds of spa escapes. Browse spas across the UK.
Stated that they would like to speak. I didn't see her stand up at all. I didn't see her stand up. Who are the persons who who stood up to speak? Who are the additional persons who stood up to speak for tributes?
SpaBreaks.com has up to 60% off hundreds of spa escapes. Browse spas across the UK.
Indicated that they would like to speak. I didn't see her stand up at all. The member from St. Anne South East and then the member from St. James South. And to close, Minister Grange, the member from St. Catherine Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of my rising and paying tribute to Jimmy Cliff is to acknowledge the rural roots of this man and the fact that rural Jamaica continues to produce the best of Jamaica. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, when I asked my 17-year-old, have you heard of Jimmy Cliff's passing? She said, an 81-year-old gone too soon. And for a moment, I thought it was just a 17-year-old being cheeky. But as we spoke, I realized she really, he meant a lot to her and her friends. And she really felt that he was gone too soon. But I don't want us today to pay tribute to Jimmy Cliff in a way that seems as though we're mourning. I want us to pay tribute in a way that builds on the legacy of those who have come from these humble beginnings to shape not just Jamaica, but the world. And so the best tribute we can pay Jimmy, yes, names on buildings and streets, but also how do we build in our communities across rural Jamaica, spaces where our young people can practice, spaces where they can learn, express themselves, and be more like Jimmy Cliff, being able to harness the talents they have and truly celebrate this icon of our culture. And so, as I ask us to think about this, I also want us to ensure that we're making the investments necessary, because he will truly rest in peace if there are more rebels being created in our communities who will help us to cross the rivers that are challenging us as a nation. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we rise to pay tribute to a man whose name is woven into the very fabric of Jamaica's cultural identity, a son of St. James, and one of the most luminous artistic spirits our island has ever produced, James Chambers, known to the world as Jimmy, the harder they come, Cliff. As the opposition spokesperson on culture, it gives me deep honor to join this house in saluting a national treasure, a global icon, and a man whose music has carried the heartbeat of this island across continents. As a woman from St. James, myself, this moment carries special meaning. We claim him with pride. Right, Ed? We feel his journey in our bones. Those of us who grew up in the hills and valleys of the West know that Jimmy Cliff's story is also our story, the story of a small place that produces big, giant voices. Jimmy Cliff was born during the great Atlantic hurricane of 1944 in Somerton, St. James. And perhaps that explains something about him. Jamaica has a history of producing greatness that survives storms, greatness that rises in spite of storms, and greatness that insists on being heard. Jimmy was just that kind of greatness. His voice, crystalline, emotional, undeniable, became one of the first bridges that carried Jamaican culture to the world. And as former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson so aptly said, Jimmy Cliff was a cultural architect who helped build the bridge that connected Jamaica's soul to the consciousness of the world. That line captures his impact perfectly. Jimmy Cliff did not simply sing reggae. He defined a moment in our global awakening. When he sang of many rivers to cross, he was not only telling his story, he was telling ours. When he sang The Harder They Come, he was singing the resilience of the Jamaican spirit. For more than 5 decades, his words have comforted the weary, inspired rebellions, and defined the downtrodden. You see, when The Harder They Come reached global audiences, it cracked open the doors of possibility, not only for reggae, but for the entire Caribbean creative imagination. Jimmy Cliff reshaped what was possible for a boy from a rural district, for a young singer with a dream for a small island with a big voice. Madam Speaker, as St. James continues to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, Jimmy Cliff's life reminds us of something important. Even in the hardest seasons, Jamaica produces voices that carry us forward. And I imagine that the writers, the poets, the song makers, the singers, the filmmakers, the next generation of storytellers will have much to write about when they reflect on this moment in our history, the same way Jimmy did, reflecting his time. We must look at what it reveals about us, how we treated each other, how we organized ourselves to respond to Hurricane Melissa, how we navigated hardship, and how, like Jimmy, we insisted on humanity, accountability, and transparency in how we treat our neighbors. This then is the world we must now build, one where our cultural workers are empowered, where the creative imagination is valued, and where we strive to make Jimmy Cliff just as proud of us as we are of him. He carried Jamaica to the world. Now it is our turn to build a Jamaica worthy of Jimmy's legacy. To his beloved wife Latifah, his children, his family, and the global community of admirers who mourn his passing, I extend sympathies on behalf of the opposition and the people of St. James. Jamaica has lost a veritable giant, but heaven, it has gained a voice so pure that even the angels will pause to hear him sing. Rest in peace, Jimmy.
Minister Grange.
I'm not tell no lie. I share alone should just start about Jimmy Cliff and then start Parliament. Because the rest of them say, apart from the next bridge, we just start, what them say no make no sense. Big up yourself, my general.
Proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the passing of Jimmy Cliff, christened James Chambers, Jamaica and the world have undoubtedly lost one of the greatest proponents of Jamaican music and one of Jamaica's greatest sons. I had the honor and privilege today to have been on the phone while the most honorable Prime Minister spoke with Jimmy Cliff's wife, Latifah, and they spent about 45 minutes on the phone this morning because she had a lot to say about Jimmy. He left specific instructions how he wanted Jamaica to say farewell to him. And those details will be announced at a later date, but I'm very pleased to indicate that the Prime Minister has given me the honor to announce that Jimmy Cliff will be accorded an official funeral.
I don't say what Andrew do. Talk with Jimmy Cliff wife, you get some inside knowledge. If you write on paper, if you can read out in a parliament, that he do. And cheat the game. He don't know nothing about Jimmy Cliff. I don't think he like his music. Cause remember, harder they come, the harder they fall. What I know, I don't think he listen to Jimmy Cliff music. So in talk with Jimmy Cliff wife, we get some insight to write on paper, to come talk in a parliament, to feel like he know Jimmy Cliff more than anybody else. Andrew, go home, Andrew.
Now, his passing has left us deeply saddened, as the transitioning of Jimmy represents a major loss, not just for Jamaica, but for the world. He gave so much of his life to delivering meaningful music, which resonated in every corner of the globe. He had a unique sound, a unique voice. He was a prolific songwriter, and all his songs had meaning. Of course, my favorite song is Lion Say I'm King, because as far as I'm concerned, Jimmy is King of Kings. When he wrote this song, he was very young. And at the time, Mr. Seaga guided him. So every time he wrote a song, he would go to the most honored with Seaga and he says, "Boss, I write this song." Mr. Seaga would look at it, they'd talk about the lyrics. And in King of Kings, he says, "I am king and I reign. I am king in this range. No more kings must be in this backyard," because he was in a tenement yard in West Kingston when he left the country. Spanish Town Road and Milk Lane, right? That's how Desmond and I became a part of Jimmy Cliff's life. He says, "Elephant say I am king because I'm strong. Giraffe say I am king because my neck is long."
Hey, look on Desmond, look if you're a young mongoose. Look how Desmond for a young mongoose. Jeez, mongoose in a glass. What a look at Desmond. A mongoose. Look at a mongoose shot there for Desmond. Look if you're a mongoose. No, I'm not telling no. Look at him good. You better fuck off for your mongoose. Watch his face. I'm probably going to name out people chicken out of the coop. What the fuck?
There is no doubt that you are all wrong. Lions say I am king because I'm double strong. Now, when Jimmy performed that song, he was dancing on one leg. And everybody was dancing to ska at the time. So he was like the king when he came on stage. And the competition that Desmond speaks about Gregory, Tony Gregory and Jimmy, it was really an exciting time. Jimmy's songs included Many Rivers to Cross. You can get it if you really want. The Harder They Come, which I had the pleasure of producing that song with Carleen Davis, which became one of our biggest hits in Canada. Jimmy was really an extremely special human being.
Hear, hear.
But not only was he a prolific writer, a great voice, he was also an excellent actor. And of course, everyone knows about The Harder They Come. And that movie is still showing in cinemas across the world. It has actually built like a cult following, The Harder They Come. But he also starred in the movie Club Paradise, along with Robin Williams, Twiggy, and Peter O'Toole. So Jimmy was the recipient of Jamaica's third highest national honor, the Order of Merit. And so when we refer to Jimmy Cliff, we should really be speaking about the Honorable James Chambers. We also honored him in March 2019 when we named the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard in Montego Bay. Of course, when we found out that Jimmy, as an ambassador representing Jamaica, did not have a passport, an official passport, we made sure that he was recognized by handing him an official passport. When we celebrate Jamaica 55, Jimmy came to the National Stadium, and in front of over 30,000 Jamaicans,
hey, Black Beauty, you know,
he
easy, you know,
received
so
the
that thing good have
National
plan for
Icon
do.
Award.
And
He
that
was
thing
not
good have plan
scheduled
for
to
the Black
sing,
Beauty. Believe.
but he turned to the Prime Minister.
Hey, Black Beauty, big up yourself,
and
yeah,
did.
man.
Accepting the award, he started to sing, and we couldn't stop him. And his voice was still clear and very distinct. Jimmy was always thinking about home and what was happening in Jamaica. In fact, he was concerned about Hurricane Melissa. And we actually talked about Hurricane Hattie and when he wrote that song. Unfortunately, Hurricane Melissa hit the West real hard, and it impacted on his hometown. And Jimmy was looking forward to be back here in Jamaica to share and to assist in the rebuilding process. Jimmy was a very respectful individual. A lot of artists at times, as they become famous, they're not respectful. Jimmy always showed respect to everyone. And I must mention here, he had really three favorite individuals. The Most Honorable Edward Seaga, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, and Rex Nettleford. He thought very highly of them. And every time he spoke to me, he would say, I miss being able to communicate with them. When he comes to Jamaica, he would ask for Mr. Patterson and how he's doing. So today, we will pay honor to him. We will celebrate his life. Those details will be announced. And we will always remember that Jamaica has produced one of the greatest talent that the world has ever seen. And that we will continue to cherish his memory. We will ensure that his legacy is preserved. Hear, hear. And to say that we will honor them for giving us and sharing with us Jimmy Cliff. May God bless his soul, and that he will continue, his memory will continue in our hearts, and we will remember his songs for a long time. Hear, hear. Thank you so much. Hear, hear.
House leader, turn on again.
Madam Speaker, we thank the members, and as we close the tributes, let me just add my own bit of condolences to the family of the Honorable James Jimmy Cliff Chambers. I'd like to quickly take from the words of Justine Hensel, who is daughter of Perry Hensel, who casted Jimmy Cliff in The Harder They Come. And I think she said it perfectly. Jimmy Cliff was a poet and revolutionary who set his words to music, broadcasting them to the world over speakers and screens. His lyrics are recited by global leaders from lecterns, sung by priests at pulpits, and blasted in rock mega stadiums as well as rum bars. And that will not change. The emotional breadth of his songs meant that a mood could be set or changed by the track you selected. Songs to seduce, songs that called for activism, songs that inspired deep reflection. He gifted them all to us. He was an incredible actor, and when cast as Ivan by Perry Hensel, the lead role in Jamaica's first movie, The Harder They Come, that character became a singer, and the rest is history. Madam Speaker, through it all, he remained grounded, and despite walking with kings, never lost the common touch. To his family and his friends, this Parliament extends heartfelt condolences. We share your grief, and we join the nation in giving thanks to a life that enriched us all. May his music forever echo around the world. Madam Speaker, there is one more person to whom we must pay tribute, and that is our Consul General of Jamaica to New York, who passed while serving in this role, Mrs. Alison Roach Wilson. And as such, we will start with the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alison Roach Wilson was our Consul General in New York, and she served in this post for the last 6 years. You could describe her as a very loyal, hardworking, and dedicated public servant. We will recall, Madam Speaker, that upon taking the position and inheriting the facilities of the council as they were, which we had occupied those buildings for many years, she took it upon herself, used her initiative to find new accommodations, which, Madam Speaker, ended up saving the Jamaican government significant expenditure. But not only that, would have given us an even more premium location and well-improved facilities. I have managed to tour those facilities a few times and had the opportunity to interact with Jamaicans using the consular facilities, and they were very complimentary. I'm sure that members of the opposition would have been there at her, with her being the consul, and would have provided the necessary coverage and support for their visits as well. She was an incredible individual, Madam Speaker, and before becoming the consul for New York, she was involved in a great deal of philanthropy for Jamaicans. When I first met her maybe 15 years ago as Minister of Education, she was involved in a program to bring computers to schools in Jamaica, and she did that for several years, in addition to having participated in other such philanthropic enterprises for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I wish to, therefore, on behalf of the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica, acknowledge her work and express our deep and sincere condolences to her family on her passing.
Anyone from the opposition?
Madam Speaker, I wanted to add, on behalf of this side, our own condolences to the family, her husband, and others as they mourn this loss. I know that the leader of opposition remembers very well the last time we were in New York and we were welcomed by her. And she, as she is wont to do, always welcoming. She is one of those individuals who, whenever there was any issue and I called, she was always ready to explain what was happening, always ready to help once there was a Jamaican who needed something to be done. Well, it's good St. Catherine girl. You know, those from St. Catherine says she's good St. Catherine girl. But she was someone that you could always speak with, someone who would be willing to listen and to share in terms of that. I remember also speaking with a couple of the individuals who worked at the embassy and them saying to me just how much she helped them and how she saw them, not just simply as employees, but that she took an interest in their financial affairs, in seeing how she could encourage them to earn, yes, on the, through stock. And I thought that as a Consul General, that not many would take that kind of an approach to members of staff. And I thought that when they speak of her, they spoke of her as really a friend and someone that they could trust. And I thought that that is the kind of representative we need, you know, overseas to ensure the interests of Jamaicans at home and abroad. It certainly is a loss that Jamaicans at home and abroad will feel. And I know that I speak on our behalf and on others in saying that we are grateful for the work that she did in representing Jamaica. Persons will tell you about her fundraisers, yes, and what those looked like. But I'll leave that there. But I just want to say thanks for the work that she has done, the role that she played as a Jamaican, carrying the flag overseas, and we are indeed grateful to her.
Thank you, member from St. Andrew Southwest. We'll now have the member from St. Catherine West Central, and finally Manchester Northeastern as well. So that is the member from St. Catherine West Central, and then it would be the member from St. Andrew Eastern, and we will close with the member from Manchester Northeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to former Consul General, Consul General Roach Wilson. Alcione was not just a professional, and I pay tribute to her in her professional capacity, an able representative of Jamaica in the New York tri-state and beyond area for the years that she served. But she was a good human being, a good individual, and I considered her a personal friend. Her approach to her job, Madam Speaker, colleagues, was beyond, I think, the ordinary, in that she not only represented our country well, our citizens and others who sought information, clarification, or support in one form or another for Jamaica. But within the entire area of her representation, the geographic space, she was an ambassador who always found a reason to represent, visible representation, but she also, beyond that, took on particular causes as a strong advocate for the benefit of the Jamaican people, where she did not have to, beyond just following through on her job description. In the area of public health, I've had the opportunity to lobby for support for Jamaica and for the public health system on several occasions, traveling with her for many miles to different health systems outside of the New York area, where she made contacts, established strong relationships, and at all times arguing on behalf of the Jamaican people. Beyond that, she took a personal interest in everyone's concern, and to the extent that she could provide support, she went beyond the call of duty to provide support. I've had one or two personal experiences, whether it was just arranging some convenience when one passed through that particular area for whatever cause, official or otherwise, or just giving a word of advice in support of the work that we do. I want to pay tribute to her. I want to express my condolences to her family members and friends. Her work is best represented beyond the impact she made on persons who are linked to Jamaica. It's best represented in a tangible way in the efforts she has put into establishing Jamaica's physical representation in New York. I don't know how many of you have visited the new offices of the diplomatic representation in New York. I remember her telling me the story of it. She led the negotiations. She led the efforts at refurbishing. And if you go in the Manhattan area, I don't exactly remember the exact address, and you visit those premises, you'll be very proud of Jamaica's physical structure and what we are, who we are, and what we represent. And she did it, by the way, at a very efficient cost to the Jamaican taxpayer. In fact, it was a major savings from what was the case prior, although it was a much larger location. So I really want to just recognize her work. She is one that we could all say gone too soon. She passed, unfortunately, at a very young age, and we pay tribute to her life and to the contribution that she has made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
St. Andrew Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to express my sincerest condolences to the family of Alcyon. Ever bubbly, ever friendly, and ever ready to help. I recall during my time at the Ministry of Education and Youth, there was a group of students who went to New York on a trip. Not everything about their trip was well coordinated. There were gaps, and Alison jumped in to provide whatever was needed so that they could be comfortable and safe. And they enjoyed themselves and came back home. While at the Ministry of Education, I also recall that Alcyon would just enjoy herself trying to find things for schools in Jamaica. And she'd pack them and ensure that they got here. Sometimes she would pop up in my office because she wanted to make sure they had arrived and that they could be distributed. Madam Speaker, we kept in touch. And as we experienced Melissa, Hurricane Melissa, my thought was, if Alcyon was here, she would be ever present, bringing things, ensuring things. And so, Madam Speaker, during the course of knowing her, I got to know of her diagnosis. But I never thought that I would be standing here offering condolences. On October 6, 2025, at 11:06 p.m., Madam Speaker, I WhatsApped her and I said, "Hello, just thought of you, sending lots of love." And at 8:30, October 7, 8:30 a.m., a message came back. "Good morning, Minister. Thank you so much." And praying hands. Madam Speaker, she will be sadly missed. As someone who represents Jamaica on a global scale, I want to say to her family, thank you for lending her to us, and may her soul rest in peace.
Thank you. The member from St. Catherine East Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first met Alcyon Wilson a few years ago when she presented an Emmy Award received from Fox 5 for collaboration depicting Caribbeans in New York with a high focus on Jamaicans living across the diaspora. And this was a part of a series that she collaborated on with the Emmy producers, and it won the 65th New York Emmy in October 2022. And in January 2023, she flew to Jamaica and she presented that award to Prime Minister Andrew Holness as a testimony to the work of Jamaicans across the diaspora. Madam Speaker, such was the magnitude of the woman that Alcyon Wilson was. Such was her commitment to Jamaica and to the diaspora. She championed the cause of Jamaicans living across the United States, with emphasis in New York, where she served as Consul General. And, Madam Speaker, I must say, her contribution extended beyond the diaspora to also ensuring that institutions like the University of the West Indies was linked back to medical hospitals across New York, and she had a passion for education and technology. She truly served as an ambassador for Jamaica and diaspora relations. Her loss to the Foreign Service is one that is deeply felt by all of us. Even throughout her sickness, her illness, Madam Speaker, she still championed the cause for Jamaica's finances, Jamaica's health, education, and technology. It was certainly a pleasure working with her last year as we celebrated the biennial diaspora conference, and her contribution made that conference the success that it was. She recently received the Order of CD, and again, a fitting contribution to the work that she has done. She exemplified professionalism. She exemplified diplomacy. She exemplified the very best of Jamaicans living abroad while still making a sterling contribution to Jamaica. To Omar, her husband, and the rest of her family, I want to extend our deepest condolences. She served the Foreign Department with distinction. And for that, we will always honor her as a true daughter of Jamaica with a big global footprint. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Ambassador, member from Manchester North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my colleagues in just expressing the deep sadness that Alcyon's passing has evoked in so many of us who has worked with her. Alcyon Roach Wilson held the post of Jamaica's Consul General in New York from July 2019 until her passing on November 8, 2025. So it's with a deep sense of loss that we acknowledge her passing both here at home and across the diaspora. As Consul General, she worked tirelessly to uplift nationals, strengthening partnerships, and expanding opportunities for Jamaicans. She championed the causes that mattered most: education, community empowerment, and advancement of cultural and economic interest. In my own reflection of her, I remember back in 2018, she called to say she was starting a new company, a company called Cyberlock, to deal with cybersecurity. And I asked her, and I said, oh, I had no idea you had a background in technology. She said, no, I have no background in technology. I said, oh, security. No background in security. She said, I want to be an entrepreneur, like you were an entrepreneur before you became an ambassador. I'm inspired and I want to try my hand at building a business. And she worked very hard at that business for a couple of years. And I just remember that spirit of going after it and getting it done. And when she joined the Foreign Service, she brought that same spirit to her work. She was tireless, and it didn't matter how small the ask was, she would give it her best effort. She would work tirelessly at any challenge to make sure it was a success. And Jamaica benefited from that. We have heard examples given from the building and all the other extraordinary things that she did in a short 6 years. It is with deep regret that I stand here to just express my condolences to her husband, Omar, to her children, Vanessa and Brian. And you know, in closing, her passing reminded me of the words, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of the Lord." She battled for over a year. She fought the disease very hard, and now she's at peace. And so I offer my condolences, and my prayers remain with her family. May her soul rest in peace, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are now going to rise to our feet for a minute of silence for all three individuals we did tributes for today. Thank you. You may be seated. Statement by ministers. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will have statements today from the Minister with responsibility for transportation and energy, also the Minister with responsibility for culture, gender, entertainment and sports, and a statement from the Prime Minister. We will have them in that order, starting with Minister Vaz, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I give a statement on critical areas of my portfolio responsibilities which have very, very serious impact on the restoration of Jamaica from Melissa. And that is as it relates to energy, telecommunications, and transport. And I know that all the members here are most interested to hear about the restoration efforts by the Jamaica Public Service. So I rise today, Madam Speaker, and before I start, let me offer my own condolences to the 3 outstanding Jamaicans for which tributes were just given. I rise today 4 weeks since the passing of Hurricane Melissa without fear of contradiction to say that the spirit of Jamaica is alive and well. For anyone who believed our values and attitudes had faded, this moment has reminded us powerfully that the old-time Jamaican spirit is not only real, it's stronger than we ever imagined. Jamaicans from every parish, district, community have rallied support of all shapes and forms, similar to our Jamaican diaspora across the world, to help our suffering brothers and sisters across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Over the past weeks, I have visited flattened communities in the western parishes where families destitute and displaced struggle to find shelter as the facilities available simply cannot hold them. Areas of real and immediate crisis. In the middle of this devastation, what has shone brightest is the overwhelming majority of Jamaicans who have stepped forward, giving what they can, doing what they can, and going where they are needed on their own volition. Let us not watch the 5% who try to use the disaster for their own means and ends. As I said before, God will take care of them. Let us celebrate the 95% who remind us every day that unity is strength, and at the heart of this nation beats with compassion. I've seen Jamaicans from humble beginnings struggling week to week, still finding money for gas, loading up their cars, pickup trucks, and driving across the island, sometimes to communities where they know no one, just to help a brother or sister in need. I say to them, you are saving Jamaica. This is not a sprint. This recovery is not weeks or months, it is years. And yet, because of the resilience of our people and the unprecedented support we are receiving, help continues to be on the way. Madam Speaker, no government here or anywhere in the world can single-handedly respond to a Category 5 disaster of this magnitude. It takes all hands on deck, and Jamaica has been blessed with extraordinary partners, the government of the United States of America, who moved with urgency to assist us with assets, such as helicopters, to be able to get into those areas that were unaccessible or inaccessible by road. Not only the support in dollars that came in funding, but in personnel, logistics, operational expertise, emergency equipment, and underground relief capacity. Not to mention the several other governments who also have been very, very early in terms of giving aid to Jamaica to keep us in the relief stage and helping us to stabilize critical areas with humanitarian assistance and reinforce Jamaica's ability to respond rapidly and effectively. We thank them all for that. Madam Speaker, while some figures remain fluid as restoration continues, what is clear is that Jamaican systems of coordination and response have evolved, allowing for faster mobilization, stronger partnerships, and more structured recovery planning. Today, I will provide an update on the progress across the critical sectors under my portfolio. Start with energy. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that despite the challenges brought by Hurricane Melissa, our national fuel chain supply has held firm, steady in reserves, efficient in delivery, and fully supporting the restoration across Jamaica. Petrojam continues to ensure Jamaica's energy needs are met following Hurricane Melissa. The Kingston Industrial Loading Rack resumed operation within 48 hours of the hurricane, and between Thursday, October the 30th and November 24th, have loaded over 2,540 tankers of fuel destined for all parts of Jamaica, including the hardest hit areas. The Kingston Loading Rack has extended its operating hours to facilitate additional fuel distribution. As of this morning, Petrojam's inventory remains steady at a comfortable 2 to 3 week supply, consistent with global industry standards. Fresh deliveries of finished petroleum products continue to arrive, ensuring uninterrupted supply to the local market and supporting recovery efforts nationwide, while the planned maintenance shutdown of the refinery gets underway. Repairs continue at the Montego Bay Industrial Loading Rack despite delays, with major works on the dock, which is estimated to be completed by Friday, November 28th. The refinery remains a shining example of how Jamaica will move forward, no matter the struggle. Gas stations, all major distributors, Rubis Energy, Cool Oasis, Total Energies, minus 2 sites, and Massey Distribution have resumed normal deliveries with aviation fueling and commercial supply operating island-wide. Sol Jamaica, Texaco, has temporarily closed their Georges Plain site. And I want to commend the Truckers Association for voluntarily reducing their freight rates or their transport rates to assist with the national logistics efforts during the emergency response phase. Mobile gas units. Madam Speaker, the ministry has noted a clear growing demand for portable fuel stations, a need intensified by Hurricane Melissa's disruption of regular fuel access in several Western communities. In response, government is reviewing the current regulatory framework, conducting gap analysis, and initiating the development of a comprehensive policy that supports flexibility and innovation in the fuel access. This process will maintain the highest standards of public safety while ensuring swift action to meet urgent community needs. To this end, we have entered into partnerships guaranteed to support the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues here and the Jamaican public at large that we are no longer in normal times. We are in extreme times, and extreme times require extreme actions. The rollout of Johnson's Petroleum mobile mini fuel stations has advanced significantly following detailed site assessments conducted the week of November 17 to 21. Units for the fishing villages of White House in Westmoreland and Black River in St. Elizabeth are fully complete and ready for deployment, and licenses from Petrojam are already in hand. Beyond fishing communities, rollout to other priority areas will begin in the week of the 26th and 27th, 26th being Black River, and the 27th being Braze River. Also, middle quarters on the 28th. Additional locations will be announced next week as remaining site assessments are finalized. Let me just pause to say that these are not permanent. We will move them once ordinary restoration is there for gas stations and move them to other areas that have challenges in terms of distance to get to the regular gas stations. I'm also happy to state, Madam Speaker, that despite major disruption to the Paradise solar facility, I have been told by InterEnergy Group that they have completed assessments and begun cleanup and issued the RFQs for replacement equipment and reaffirmed its commitment to full reconstruction in support of Jamaica's renewable energy future. I'm also pleased to report that the JUTC CNG facility sustained no damaging. Commissioning tests will begin on November 28th, with full operation expected in the first week of December. Also want to indicate that the Dr. Bird plant, through the Jamaica Private Power Company and West Kingston Power Partners, remained fully operational throughout the storm, providing crucial stability to the grid. Madam Speaker, move on to transport. Efficient and uninterrupted transport is vital in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. It ensures that life-saving aid equipment and technical support can reach affected communities without delay. In regards to this, Madam Speaker, I now turn to the matter of the toll access during the national recovery. The Toll Authority lifted barriers for toll exemptions traveling from the 26th of October, returning to normal operations on November 17th, with continued exemptions for vehicles transporting relief supplies. By November 24th, the authority had received 2,227 applications, with 700 approved, alongside the launch of a new online application portal. However, toll operators have since restricted exemption to Class 3 vehicles, which are trucks. That is the biggest class, carrying verified humanitarian aid. Class 1 and 2 vehicles can only pass under cost-sharing arrangements, limiting the movement of essential responders and partners. Madam Speaker, the authority advises me that the greater flexibility is legally available under the Toll Roads Act, Section 2, which empowers the Minister to define emergency services, and Section 8 enables the Minister to designate toll-exempt emergency users by Toll Authority. Accordingly, I have received a request from the Toll Authority to issue such an order to cover ODPEM, NARA, ministers and their close protection officers, members of Parliament, especially those in the affected areas, and councillors and their protection officers, relevant government agencies and international and local relief partners.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, with the member's time for speaking having expired, we ask that it be extended by 30 minutes to give the member sufficient time to complete the statement.
House, the question is that the member's time be extended by 30 minutes to allow for completion of this critical statement. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, that's why I purposely left JPS to last, because I'm sure that everybody will remain attentive to hear the good news. So, Madam Speaker, the authority stands ready to support the issuance and implementation of this toll order to facilitate a smoother, more efficient national recovery effort. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that it is with a heavy pen that I will have to do so if I have to do it, because I think that the concessionaires, especially in light of the challenges that we are facing and still face, especially in the West, could have been more flexible in relation to working out a regime that would be easier for relief in terms of the cost and also the access to get down into these areas. Madam Speaker, JUTC is back up and running, averaging 430 regular weekday runs and 60 premium services. The rural school bus is back up in areas where schools are open and roads are open. Montego Bay Metro, the same. Madam Speaker, airports, and I want everybody to listen to me carefully. Both Sangster International Airport and Norman Manley International Airport have remained fully operational since reopening on October 29, continuing to support passenger, cargo, and humanitarian flights. Between the 29th of October and November 23rd, the airports collectively handled approximately 2,238 flights, including 1,044 commercial flights and 621 relief flights, along with 573 private or general aviation movements, underscoring their critical role in the recovery process. The volume of air traffic reflects a significant inflow of international aid, technical assistance, and essential supplies being coordinated through both terminals. Air operations remain stable, with humanitarian and cargo support ongoing, ensuring that food and medical supplies and fuel and equipment reach affected communities efficiently without interruption. Madam Speaker, I want to pause here to indicate that Norman Manley International Airport was open within 24 hours of the passing of Melissa. I want to indicate that despite the damage that Sangster Airport had in Montego Bay, I arrived there on the 29th of October, and we opened it within 72 hours. Nothing else was more important than that, because if you couldn't land relief items, we wouldn't be able to respond at all. And I want to stop, despite all the noise, to give full kudos to all of the persons and the apparatus at the airport, customs, immigration, the cargo handlers, everybody who worked tirelessly to facilitate those flights, which are more than normal days, twice in some cases, with shortage of equipment and all that goes with it. And yet still, we were able to deliver and continue to deliver on a daily basis without any credible complaints or reports. Let me put it no stronger than that. So I praise them, because this could not happen without their commitment and hard work. And I say to them, job well done. Madam Speaker, the seaports have now become critical, because the bottom line is that the wharves had to be tested prior to any ship being able to land. So we were dependent only on air. Now, over the last 2 weeks, we have started to receive sea freight, which is coming in steady, which carries a lot more relief items and recovery items to sustain the drive to help as many people as we can. So I say that to say that they have gone further, and basically to support the national recovery and diaspora contributions, all aid cargo benefits from a 20% discount, underscoring the shipping line's commitment to timely, efficient, and humanitarian-focused operations. Madam Speaker, there are more than 1,000 empty containers currently sitting idle in the Kingston Harbor. These containers represent more unused steel. They represent over 1,000 potential rapid deployment, temporary homes with manageable retrofitting for light ventilation and sanitation. We are working with our partners, the shipping agencies, who own these, to see what can happen, whether or not we can get access to some of them, even if it is as a temporary solution for those who don't even have a tarpaulin over their head 3 weeks later. I am looking.
So with all of these things we are coming, them are come for who? Because obviously people them not get these things we are coming in the island, you know. So much sleeping bag, Japan carrying and do much different things. But the people them not get it, so all of these things we are coming in that island. Who it are coming for?
Forward to getting that response, but that is a good idea because they are sitting there facing the elements of the salt air every day, and they have been there for many months and will probably will remain there for many more months. I look forward to a favorable response. I have written formally to each of them, and all of them have said that they will come back to me in short order. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's telecommunications sector has shown remarkable strength and responsiveness. Our providers have acted with urgency and purpose to reconnect the nation, bringing back mobile data and fixed services in record time, even in the hardest hit communities. On top of that, we have benefited from the international and regional technical support through the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, SEDEMA, in concert with the World Food Programme and the International Telecommunications Union emergency telecommunications specialists who were mobilized to assist with rapid network assessment and restoration of critical communication links. Additional leading telecom operators have paired their restoration work with humanitarian outreach, distributing solar lanterns, and of course mobile charging stations and emergency SIM and data packages. Madam Speaker, Starlink, and I want to pause here to give Starlink the biggest big up because they have been a savior in this crisis. As of the 19th of November, 561 generators have been delivered to critical areas, including Trelawney, Hanover, St. Elizabeth. Starlink devices continue to reach the most affected communities, with 659 of 867 that has been received already allocated and 74% activated. Consistently online, Starlink themselves, who sent a team here, Madam Speaker, to Jamaica immediately after, have donated over 900 kits, provided free service to roughly 21,000 users, and enabled nearly 490,000 text messages since the hurricane made landfall. The demand for the terminals have surged tenfold, and coordinated efforts between the Government of Jamaica, Starlink, and logistic partners are ensuring rapid delivery to communities, keeping residents connected and supporting both humanitarian and recovery operations across the island. Madam Speaker, I just got before coming here. Since Melissa, there has been 11,000 Starlinks imported into Jamaica. So much so that it created a backlog. As you know, DHL is who handles everything and delivers to the customer. I had to work with customs.
So how you know so much message? How the hell you know you also detailing how much message? Be careful, you know, brother. Starlink, how much message? So, I don't know which one of them are the information highway, because you talk about how much message. So, not spy on people message?
To put in a special regime where DHL posts their bond so that Minister Williams is assured of our money. And we release them. If not, they would be there for weeks, because as quickly as they come out is as quickly as they come back in. And I'm happy to say that it is working, because the complaints to me have gone down to almost zero. And again, I congratulate Customs and the DHL for working together in extreme times to make extreme measures without breaching any of the procedures and the systems that are in place. Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there, because Starlink has supported both Digicel and Flow in order to bring up back some of their networks in areas that would not come up for weeks and months based on the level of damage. Once again, the partnership is there and has worked, and I want to say publicly, thank you to Starlink for sending a team down here, for staying here, for coordinating with us, and helping us as best as possible to make sure. The only thing I wait on now is to hear my invitation to Mr. Elon Musk when he will be coming to visit us, to give us even more assistance. Madam Speaker, I touch quickly on Digicel. As of November 24th, they have brought back approximately 76% of its mobile network online, with 90% of Digicel Plus customers with service. Key progress has been made in restoring connectivity, with the newest communities now back online across Hanover, Manchester, St. James, and Westmoreland. Notable areas including Lucy, Cocoa Walk, Cambridge, the Half Moon area, Bethel Town, reflecting steady nationwide recovery and the continued commitment to ensuring reliable service for affected areas. Flow, Jamaica, reports similar upward trajectory, with approximately 60% of fixed sites and 71% of mobile sites now operational as of Monday, November 24th. Restoration is quickly advancing in parts of Trelawney and Westmoreland. 3 critical transport links have been restored along the Port Antonio to Anota Bay, Mandeville to Santa Cruz, and Port Antonio to Morant Bay routes. Technical teams continue restoration efforts, bringing mobile sites back online in several communities in Westmoreland, St. Mary, Portland, Clarendon, and Manchester, reflecting steady progress for connectivity. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest hindrances for them is power. The sooner that they get back power, which I'll soon touch on, is the quicker that the telcos will be back up in almost all areas across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, 2 more things before I touch to the real one that everybody is waiting to hear about. ATMs are very critical, because if you don't have money in a time like this, you don't have any talk. The credit card don't work, promissory note don't work, and man want them cash for them goods, and you can't do nothing without cash. So we have made a special push through the Jamaica Bankers Association. 78% of ATMs, 704 of 907 are now back in service, along with 78% of point-of-sale terminals, representing 18,501 devices restored. Recovery remains uneven across parishes. ATM stands at 59.6% in St. James, 38.1% in Trelawney, 48.6% in Westmoreland, but banks continue to restore service wherever physical access, power, and telecommunications can safely be secured. We are still working between Starlink, generators, GPS, to get as much more up as possible, especially in the 5 most affected parishes, because without that and without light, they will see no Christmas. They will have nothing to be able to see with their eyes and buy with their money. Universal Service Fund, critical, especially for those areas. Again, Melissa caused disruption to the USF public Wi-Fi network of 408 community hotspots. Only 72 remained online, and the western parishes suffered a total loss of all 156 sites, cutting off thousands from education, communication, and emergency support. In response, the USF has rapidly shifted to Starlink satellite systems powered by solar energy, allowing fast off-grid restoration where traditional infrastructure collapsed. In just 14 days, engineers have restored in 17 hard-hit communities across Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, and St. James, Manchester, Trelawney, and St. Anne. We aim to deploy at least 90 Starlink sites by mid-December, supported by private sector technicians now helping. This will allow the fund to begin restoration in central and eastern parishes. The recovery effort is estimated at $863 million, covering satellite equipment, solar power systems, and installation services, an investment that strengthens Jamaica's digital resilience moving forward. So, Madam Speaker, again, those community Wi-Fis are even more important than ever in this disaster, because those places are in remote areas that MPs chose off the beaten track. And if they can have that Wi-Fi so those kids can do some homework, speak to your family, go on the social media and do the usual thing like what my colleague over here does every day. Ian. Every day. 863 million is what it's going to cost to redo all of the damage for the... My own has 863, so that one was done for you. Madam Speaker, members, let me move now to what I think is the most critical aspect of the presentation and the most critical aspect of any chance of quick restoration for the country to come back to some level of normalcy and for the relief and rebuild efforts to really get underway. And that is the issue of electricity. I deliberately left this for the last. As we know, the JPS service license expires, and the license request requires that the government indicates its intention by July 2025. To call the government's position was upon expiration of the current All Island license not to renew under existing terms. It's important to point out and remind Jamaica that failure for the government to have responded would have given the JPS an automatic tenure extension to the existing license of 10 years. So understand what that means in English. If the government did not respond with a position by July 2025, automatically a 10-year extension. So you'd be talking about a license that was given in 2001, renewed in 2016, which expires in 2027, to go from 2027 to 2037 under the same existing conditions. I am not going back. Today is Melissa Day. September 3rd gone. So we're not going to talk about how we got there. We're going to talk about how we're going to fix it. Right. So understand now that Melissa hit. And when Melissa hit, there's a need for restoration. The restoration requires money. The Emergency Disaster Fund, which is what you would call the self-insurance for the distribution and transmission line of the JPS, which is not insured because it's uninsurable, is what we have used for Beryl and for Melissa and for all the other events that we have had in recent years. So, as of right now, that fund, based on the claims that have been made already, to prepare for Melissa, has been exhausted. So it means that the JPS has 2 years on a license, and they have to raise money to restore. Several iterations, several proposals. One, JPS wants a 15-year extension. And they get 15-year extension, they will do what they need to do to find the money. Other one is that multilaterals are prepared to give them money, but they want at least 8 to 10 years extension. Where does that put us? That put us in two situations. One, a commitment that was made by this minister and this government in June of this year, that any new license would be on new terms, a commitment that was made, a commitment that will stand, and no Melissa, no Trelissa, no Belinda is going to change that. So the government is now in a position now, what do we do? Because we need restoration. JPS is saying that the earliest restoration time that they can give us for the worst affected areas is April to May 2026. Can you imagine when you tell a minister that? And on top of which, they want an extended license. That is going to mean that we are in the same situation. Well, Madam Speaker, my colleagues here, many, many hours, many discussions. Cabinet, not once. Cabinet, not twice. Cabinet 3 times, including yesterday morning. And the decision, thanks to the help and the input of the Ministry of Finance, specifically Minister Williams, and the Financial Secretary, and of course, the new Minister of Efficiency, we were able to work out yesterday and get approved by Cabinet an agreement to fast-track the restoration to end of January, latest early February. Don't clap yet. Don't clap yet. On the basis that the government of Jamaica is not prepared to negotiate any extension of any license other than the process that is going to take us from now until 2027 when this existing license expires. But based on the fact that we need restoration as a country in the shortest possible time, the government of Jamaica has agreed to loan the JPS 150 million United States dollars on the basis that they will use that money, which is estimated at $75 million a month, to restore the entire grid, save and except for any special area that may not be reachable, but the major areas by the end of January, latest early February. What are the terms to make sure that the government and the taxpayers are fully protected? 5 years with an interest rate to be negotiated by the Ministry of Finance, which I'm sure will be a reasonable interest rate because the higher...
That means the people them now get back their house. That means that the people now, if they can't find this money, I forgot to think about filling JPS.
Yes, I forget about people like.
What I know I forget about people like, but with them I put the light pan. When them JPS run the light now, who them are issue these lights to? Because no house will feel like go back pan. Eh? Which house, where house where the blood clot house now? Where house there? For JPS are gonna put the light pan. When you don't lend JPS so much money, who them are gonna sell the current to?
No, but who them are gonna pay it back?
And how them are gonna pay it back?
I mean,
If they license now, if I make them give them an extension to fix up the place after that they not renew them, where them all get back the money from?
That's what I'm saying.
Unless them want JPS.
People them bill
Unless them buy shares in a JPS.
Well, a lot of them have shares in
Unless them buy shares in a JPS, so them all thief the money that way there. Because watch this, if you lend JPS so much money, there's no blood clot house, we connect no back no light pan. So how that go? Because people them house blow down.
The people electricity bill are gonna get high now. Them are gonna triple it.
The people them house blow down, so which part the light they gonna run go? Who
street light?
I just street light alone them around the back with just turn on street light. So the people them sing and then chop all in and I look on street light. This don't make no sense. How they can't think about then say them talk about this so much time. And them I think about filling JPS so much money. Mark Golding said spend so much in the constituency them. Andrew want to say wishful thinking. But if you take up so much money on JPS, we're not fit with JPS, you know. Because remember, people pay them bill in Jamaica to JPS. And JPS
But
working
we
for
find
this.
so much money to lend JPS, but they don't have enough money to lend.
To help the
to
people
give the
them.
MP to help the people them.
This don't make no sense.
But that is too much money. How JPS gonna pay?
I'm telling you this Jamaican people. Wanna prepare yourself to beat from the man who drive the bus go right down. We are gonna beat them, you know. We are gonna beat them. We have to beat them. We have to beat them. We are not chatting again. I don't care what they want to say. The Labour right MP them, we are going to plan one day if we beat them. So take it anyhow we want to take it, but we're going to curl them and beat you now.
The interest rate is the more it's going to pass on to the consumer. And we are cognizant of that. However, they can pay.
JPS is a private company, you know. So they can't have this hard to take up so much money for a private company.
But JPS don't have it. They
See?
tell them they don't have the money. But them have shares, them have stakeholders in JPS. I don't understand. Them broke.
And because of the politician them.
And them are the stakeholders.
And them are the stakeholders in a JPS. Remember you know when Beryl coming on, Andrew Willis come out and talk say the home attack, him attack like him the chairman of the JPS. So when I address Beryl Stam, Andrew Willis talk like him the chairman for JPS. So it look like a these cocksucker buy back shares in a JPS.
No, they have shares in it. Some of the politicians.
Then buy back all of them, and all of them buy shares in it. So them are lend back the money if you take it.
It's crazy.
And can't find no money if you give back the people them their house. And everybody pay blood clot tax. But a private company will take up so much money for lend a private company. But if you take it and lend the people them want to pay you don't think it hard. I say, we don't find no chatting with them a pussy again. We just plan one day when we are going to beat them. And we don't have to talk about it on social media. Talk about it amongst each other. And say we are going to plan one day to beat them. The whole of we come together and beat them. We gang them and beat them. We have to gang them, ambush them, gang them and beat them. We don't have to discuss this on social media. We just watch them till the time right. We just gang them and beat them. Head lick, guy lick, mouth lick, ears lick, throat lick, all lick. Liquor come from all bout. We beat them till they're soft. We beat them till they're not used to themselves again. And then type of beat no one give them. We want to beat them. So till I beat, nobody can beat them. Throw them body under pain. Then can't beat again. Because if they soap up more pain, if they try to soap up, if they move more pain, they have to lie down stiff like a board. That's how we want to beat them. Just lie down stiff and look up in their ceiling top. So we want to beat them a pussy here.
As early as 2 years. Why? Because 2 years the license expire. They'll either have a renewed license or they won't have a license. If they have a license, they can attract financing. And if they don't have a license, the government has already indicated to them based on our July 2025 letter that we are prepared to acquire the assets of the Jamaica Public Service, which means that our money is protected fully. So there is no risk to the Jamaican government or the taxpayers. What we have done is skillfully separated a negotiation of a loan and untied from all of these proposals of extensions. I want to point out to you very carefully, any negotiation that involved the license or amendment of license would retard the period.
Daryl Vaz, I mean, all I know a thief, you know. So we're not taking no word for nothing, you know, because remember you to come out and say we're not find no oil, you know. You'd be the first to come out. And you would hear from the church and lie you did that tell. We not take your word for nothing. We not take your word, Daryl. We're not a thief. We can't chuck them on a thief. You a thief, Andrew a thief. That think about one that we keep rape a man secret a thief. Who are a thief? We can't take on a word for this John Crow. Who are a thief? We cannot be trusted. Alright, who in a them right sense I give puss butter for watch? Who in a them right sense I go give puss butter for watch? Hey, Darren Val, go name shit and go John Crow.
Of time when we need to get the money. We need to get the money to them or give them a commitment by tomorrow morning after we announce this today because the cabinet decision is out. And they have committed that they will have 300 linesmen. They now have 170, all in white truck and big team.
This one now say one of the go to your nose. Watch it John Crow. Watch it bumbuck like disgusting shitbag. I dig out his nose and I me bogo. Look like that man do, you know. They want to buy people dig out their nose and them bogo, you know. Look like this shit bag I dig out his nose and take them and put the bogo in him more. What the fuck? And nasty people them, you know. Must think of nasty pussy them.
Man, you see, that's 170. But those 170 are trying to get back the biggest areas of production for the government. Montego Bay. So all the other areas
clean out in teeth.
In my friends and colleagues are not getting the attention that they would get. And it's not because of anything other than what has to happen in order to get the country up and running. Can you imagine, members, in 2 weeks...
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
Same trucks you see and same everything you say. Having 500 linesmen additional to what JPS has as their normal crew spread across Jamaica. The commitment that I'm making to you here, that JPS has committed to me, that they can have those trucks and men here by the second week of December. And that by Christmas morning, Grand Market night, they are committing, especially in the hardest hit areas, to bring back light at the most strategic locations where those that are still affected can come down into and do all that they need to do, even if it is that they don't have light 5 miles up in the hill. Madam Speaker, I am here to say that it is the best win-win situation that a government could negotiate. Because if we are to wait until April...
Watch you know, why them a come Christmas morning and start, you know. They don't want the people to get no, you know, no light. They want the people to see in the darkness right through Grand Market. It is a plan. So they must say, what time will we come? Come Christmas morning. And them tell them to come Christmas morning.
Or May, which mean could be in June, depending on what happens. Then I don't know what would happen. I can't say what would happen because it wouldn't be pretty. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, is that originally the estimates for the damage, early assessments, as JPS had said, was between $480 and $600 million. As the assessments have continued in more detail, we are down to $350 million, which is a huge difference between the original estimate and what the estimate is. So the question that's going to come is, what happens with the balance of money that's going to be needed? We were not prepared to go into that discussion. They have to come back to us because they have put a hold on dividends from July indefinitely until this matter of normalcy is resolved. So we are not going into it and giving money.
What I don't understand, it can like be a free like JPS in Jamaica. Because JPS are, remember, you know, they all rob people, you know. Remember they rob them, put on pad people bill, you know, JPS pad people bill, you know. And you see all the people that have estimated bill, the people that have big house, JPS just look on the size of their house and just rob them, you know. So all of these money we then collect all over the years with light bill, what the fuck then do with it? So they not safe say anything can happen, disaster can. They know Jamaica one place to get hurricane now and then. So them not try to put the money aside for disaster, for them poor get knocked down. How they operate business like that? So how they not put on set no money aside for any disaster, then can help themselves. So what? You know why JPS is like this? Because a labor right have shares net and a running. Labor right are running. And a sudden time. A labor right are running. How JPS are run and don't put on no money aside for rainy day? Eh? Then can't turn duck off a nest. Eh? Labor right can't, the JPS can't turn duck off a nest. Eh? More than I give people highlight bill. So what then with their money? What then, I don't understand. What JPS do with the money them a collect all over them much years for light bill. So till then can't fix them when then can't. What is this? You know what? It is a plan. Them want the opposition leader to oppose it because they don't plan to give them no light now because Kevin Simmet did talk. Say JPS soon gone. Remember Kevin Simmet telling us that JPS soon gone. The water will go away too. And you have to show the QR code in order to go uptown and go be part of uptown. Because really and truly, and looking so them out of the smart city first. Hey. No distraction.
Just, we are making sure that we have our protection mechanisms to make sure we will have oversight in terms of technical people to evaluate those numbers, to put a program in place of the restoration, monitor it, to make sure that what has been given to us as a plan is carried out. So I say to you, Madam...
If government hold a minority stake in the company, that means they hold a local faction. Apart from Andrew's own backdoor deal. And their friend them own backdoor deal. But the government itself hold a local minority faction. About 19% like that.
Yeah, and then minority shareholders, small group of other private
Saying,
shareholders own.
so all of these money where JPS collect, what they do with it? I never know say a free like that in Jamaica, you know. So who are curriculum like Bill and that style and say a JPS? Whenever Andrew. I don't know if you say enough.
Speaker, as of today, November 25th.
So what I'm to the stakeholder them for true? What I'm to all of these stakeholders? Say all of these stakeholders broke. So the government, the taxpayer money now, I forgot to lend on a private company with so much stakeholder part of JPS. So one of them broke. This is a strategy for thief the money. This is a strategy for thief that money. I just believe say them have find some way for thief this money. That is why the Labour MP them are go around all of Jamaica with care package. Because they want to deduct money so they spend this care package for thief. That is why them want, you see them, we tell us we organize one day if we beat them.
Approximately 75%.
If
687,339 households and businesses have been reconnected to the JPS grid in less than 4 weeks. Less than 4 weeks.
So when you see them around on a box down there,
as I said before, they had indicated to me full restoration would not be possible until end of May 2026. And this was mainly due to the inability to raise funds with the 2 years left. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, before I close,
80% of JPS owned by Japan. 80% of JPS owned by Japan. How?
It's Japan and East-West Power of South Korea.
East-West Power of South Korea. 80% owned by Japan and East-West Power from South Korea. So you tell me say Japanese them broke. So they can't invest in them company.
And it's 20% shares are owned by the government of Jamaica and several small shareholders.
So you tell me now say Japan them not have no money to pump back in a JPS. So they know making money out of JPS and Kenya and Japan. And then now the government have to lend them money if they want them to continue their service. The government want to put on the firing range and shoot.
That you know my stance with the JPS when Beryl came. And you know that it didn't end. Or it ended well, but it didn't start well. I have seen a complete change, despite the fact there are still gaps. There's no two ways about it. There's areas that are not affected, that still can't get back light, not realizing that the transmission line is coming all the way from the west to the east. They have given me a commitment, Madam Speaker.
You think 150 million US a boy?
So where they get money from?
150
million.
The burial money. They start finding way to spend the burial money now today now and help the people them. Because we know the country broke, you know. So where they forget this money and for lend JPS? When the Japanese and Korean own the most of JPS. Japanese and Korean own the most of JPS. So why the government are going to take up 150 million US and lend them?
Because they must have shares in it.
Eh? This don't make no sense. This don't make any fucking sense. To me, I don't know about you.
Because you know that I'm someone. So, path 1, which was a JPS's path, was 505 line workers, timeline April, May 2026. I need 5 minutes. 30 minutes. No.
Minister, you may conclude.
Conclude. Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate it. Part 2 is 470 line workers with an estimation of January to February 2026. Madam Speaker, for St. Mary, the commission
listen to the opposition
to bring back all
ask
areas
some question about this thing.
Christmas.
Blood clot, ginger toe, Juliet Wallace, and like half no mind. Come here, come mad in the night here. I hope him give them the same.
For
Portland, you know what? I'm still going to watch. I'm going to jump to no conclusion. Let me look first. I'm going to get heated.
95%. Remaining 5 will be due to access. This is before Christmas, you know. This is not January, February. Madam Speaker, that's Manchester. St. Anne has some major problems, Madam Speaker. They are saying 80% before Christmas. They have some major issues with the substation at Cardiff Hall. I want to get the Western region, Madam Speaker, and I'll close on this one for you. I'm sure member from Westmoreland here, formerly from Hanover, will be interested in this. Westmoreland, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and Hanover. Currently, as you know, there are several areas that have received light. St. James, Freeport, Hip Strip, Montego Bay Town, Fairway, Witter Village, Shops of Rosas, Spring Garden, Fairfield, Shore and Coral Gardens. I understand that they're going to be going up into the hills where the tourism workers operate because of tourism.
I'll know when I hear something.
On December 15th.
This field talk so long.
The other areas,
Madam
Speaker,
and I realize
is St. Elizabeth, Black River Hospital and Treasure Beach, Hanover Sandy Bay Health Center, Sandy Bay Town, Westmoreland, West End Negril, Savlamar Hospital and Savlamar Town.
Japanese and Korean own the most in the JPS, 80%.
Last but not least,
and the government
Madam Speaker,
own 2019.
As I said before,
and them a think for lend 150 million US.
175,000 customers remain.
She's having a JPS. And a plan for lending 150 US.
Forward to January,
150,000.
February latest.
How would they want to call it?
We're going to do a
US.
push to see what we can do. So for those MPs
with
that
the
are
Japanese
in those
and Korean company,
if you could furnish me with
only
your
most
areas
share
that you believe
80
would be the most critical areas.
I don't understand this.
For Christmas.
I just don't understand this.
ease
How the
for
government
Christmas.
will go
It
take
can't
up
be all.
100
I'm
and
sure
too
you'll
much
be,
when
you'll be
too much
understanding of the situation.
in a
It can't
one
be all.
constituency,
Always overly energized.
thousands of
Then I think we
thousands
can work
of people
together
homeless.
to make sure
We need
with
this
JPS
help.
that we
The
use
government are going to take up
information
this
coming
now
from you
to
and
help
see how we
Japanese
can
and
coordinate.
Korean.
Madam
We're
Speaker,
supposed
I
to
will not
save them
detain
money for these type
the
of thing.
House
The government are going to take
anymore.
up
I
for
thank
them
you
money now.
for your leniency.
If you
And
go
to
lend
say
them
to you and to say
with
to the people
80%
of
shares in the
Jamaica
JPS.
that we
This
have
don't
made
make no
sure
sense to me.
that we
It
have
just
not
don't make
allowed
no sense to me.
adversity such as Melissa to take us off track with the negotiation of a new license in 2027 with whoever that is. And we have been able to find a way to bring forward restoration without putting the government or the taxpayers of this country at any exposure in relation to any possibility of not being repaid in some way, shape, or form, including JPS shares, if it comes to that, which, as I said before, 2 years we have a decision. Either there'll be a successful negotiation with the current operator, or the government will have to act and find somebody to come in, and whichever way it goes, the $150 million will be protected whichever way it goes. I thank you for your time, and I say to you, I know the suffering is hard, but this is a huge, 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 huge move in terms of bringing forward so we can get back to normalcy as quickly as possible. God bless you. God bless Jamaica.
The member from Kingston East and Port Royal responding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our spokesperson on transport.
I don't want to not no bench train up PNP.
Today.
Not no bench
my
around
time
here.
as Energy Minister
I don't have to not
and his
no
time
bench. I want to talk
as
to not bench.
shadow
What the fuck on that
spokesperson.
bench board?
I want to
No bench around here.
firstly, Madam Speaker,
When time they when you not talk, when you see the man bench,
credit to the
the care when you
workers
talk sound good. When you see
of
the
this
knock
country.
bench, no
workers
bench
of
around here for
Petrojan,
them.
the workers of JPSCO, the workers of Flow, Digicel, all of them. The truckers, all the people in public transportation, for the tremendous work that they have done to alleviate the tremendous difficulty that this country has been burdened with through the passage of Hurricane Melissa. The major portion of my response is in relation to energy, but the minister did make some other remarks in relation to restoration of the rural school bus service. And Minister, you have mentioned that it was only Westmoreland and Southern St. James that were not restored, but I gather that Hanover, the member from Western Hanover, has already mentioned that she's calling upon the government to see to the restoration of our rural bus service. You have also mentioned, in relation to telecommunications, the problem with those free Wi-Fi locations under the Universal Service Fund. I just want to say, Minister, long before Hurricane Melissa, we have seen in so many of these locations, the sites were just not working. No telecommunications services provided to the site. So I am requesting that as you attempt now to restore these sites that fell due to the hurricane, there needs to be a broader look at maintenance in relation to all the hundreds of locations that are not working in areas unaffected by the hurricane. There has to be a maintenance provision for Universal Service Fund. And as the person who started that body, I really am urging that the funding be put in place for full maintenance so that our communities can really maximize their benefits. You had mentioned before you got into JPS that Petrojam is due for maintenance, which means that it will be shut down for a while. You didn't say when it will be closed and for how long. And that facility is a most important facility. Now, as was highlighted, you've also mentioned that there was severe damage to the solar plant, Paradise Solar. You've mentioned the restoration of Dr. Bird, JPPC, and West Kingston Power Partners, but you didn't say a word about the regasification facility that was taken offline and presumably now back online, and for which the CEO of JPS had indicated would result in some price increases to the customer because of the use of heavy fuel oil and diesel for generation in that period. So we'd like to hear more on that. But to get to the main issue, and you have dealt with the restoration efforts of the JPSCO, highlighting the large elephant in the room, which was your letter to them advising of the termination of their license come 2027. And Minister, well, you know, the minister, one of the first things I like to ask about is this letter, because I thought I had friends in JPSCO, but not even them will share the letter with me, and perhaps eventually you will share the letter so that we can fully understand what did the letter say. Minister, 5 minutes gone already?
So, Mr. Speaker, we ask that the member's time be extended for 15 minutes to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. Minister, because this is a backdrop, I just want to spend 2 minutes in reminding the country of the position that we have maintained on this side. Because there's no magic to 2027, as it was when I was Minister of Telecommunications in 1999. There was no magic to 2038, which was the date for the telecom license.
All right. I see one pattern when I don't like, I don't know if you see it. Where the fuck is Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness? I straight the parliament in a session. I straight parliament in a session, and this will pay Andrew Holness for do. For come a parliament and stay a parliament till parliament over. Where is Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness? Where the fuck is Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness? Huh? Where the fuck Andrew Holness there and Juliet Holness? Because parliament still in session. So they only come talk about Jimmy Cliff and come out of the parliament, Andrew. Where the bumbo clot you know go and come out of the country, bumbo hole. So what? Only Jimmy Cliff you come in a parliament can talk about. And gone. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, parliament keep in session. And the only blood clotting the pussy hole drunker come in a parliament can talk. I talk about Jimmy Cliff and gone, him and him Bigfoot girl. I want to see what happening. You come like you're not blind. You want to see what happening in Jamaica? In a time like this big nose pussy go Africa and come back saying we need to hear the deal when struck with Africa. But he only coming out with Parliament, can talk about Jimmy Cliff and gone, Andrew, your blood clot mad or sitting. You must mad or sitting. You have a blood clot under drugs. You have to under drugs. We never blood clot play if you come make speech about Jimmy Cliff. The country in a crisis, so the fuck you fi come talk about Jimmy Cliff and gone out of the Parliament. What the fuck do you? Tell you now work for yourself, pussy. The last time I check is a public servant. What the fuck wrong with you and your big foot girl? How you know if you come out with Parliament? Only if you talk about Jimmy Cliff and gone. You know mad?
Expired. And that as a minister, fervent on getting justice, fervent on seeing changes, one doesn't have to wait until 2027. Indeed, that JPS license was amended in 2008 by a JLP government and by me in 2016. And what we have been saying from 2023, don't wait until time runs out to adjust the license. Do it now.
Only no say Andrew will stand on respect. Only no say Andrew will stand on respect. Only no say Andrew will stand on blood clot respect. Eh? How the fuck? For how long them a dodge Parliament? I come in a Parliament today. Chat with Jimmy Cliff wife all the time in the morning, get information, to write a long speech, to come talk about Jimmy Cliff and come out of the Parliament and gone in a crisis. Eh? So, they not sit down for hear nothing what the opposition I say. Jamaican people, if you don't see what I go on, you know, not blind, you know. But as me I say, I don't care what they want about this video here. But we look for every Labour right MP and beat them. I don't care what they want to do this video, but the way how them operate, they deserve to get a beating now. We want to gang them and beat them. They now operate, they now do the work. Them see what them swear, when put their hand on the Bible and swear, so them do something different. So we have to just take matters in our own hand. When we see them, we beat them. Yeah, man, when we see them, we beat them. Catch them off guard and beat them. When they think say peace and safety, a sudden destruction of them blood clot. Because them a take with Parliament for joke. And we now go sit down and make them a blood clot, dirty foot girl and dirty foot boy. Come take with Parliament for joke. It now go happen. And when I talk without apology, because I don't give a fuck. You hear that? There's no blood clot way Andrew Wallace to come in our Parliament today. Only if you chat about blood clot Jimmy Cliff and get up and go with them Bigfoot girl. It's not supposed to happen. Jamaica in a crisis. People still maroon in their constituency. People still trapped. Dead bodies still lie down in a people constituency. So you can't come in a Parliament just come talk about Jimmy Cliff and come out pussy. We not, I'm telling you this, it is unacceptable. It is on a blood acceptable. We not accept that. Here, there's no blood clot way. We fear pay you with tax money. Because all the madman pay you in a pussy. Because if a madman go buy it in any corner shop, he may buy blood clot pay you in a pussy. And there's no way you feel get so much of our taxpayer money in a thief and chaos in our Parliament and do for we business. How the fuck Andrew think him be? Who the fuck Andrew think him be? He think him big enough to sit down in the Parliament and do we business? Jamaican people no wise up. You no blood clot wake up. You no wake up. Because this JLP gang is just an extended hand of the blood clot CIA. What they do a mash up Jamaica for in the 80s. That them this in full blood clot effect. And when I go sit down make no dirty foot boy and no blood clot dirty foot girl. Fuck up this. Come for contact boy all and JPS 150 million US. And look when the money want to give blood clot MP if you give 5, some people 6,000. Family house blow down flat, different family get damaged in enough different constituency. And you don't want to give them no money, you don't want to give them no food, you don't give them the sleeping bag, you don't look on the people them. And just to come a big press conference, have a press conference, bumbo clot, dirty Andrew when it's coming out with Parliament, blood clot today. Only if you talk about Jimmy Cliff and come out, Andrew, you're mad.
In fact, do it when you have leverage. So in my sectoral presentation in 2023, I mentioned certain changes that could have been negotiated then. In 2024, I repeated that. And in 2025, again, I came here and repeated what are some of the important critical changes that we need to effect before we get to July 2025, which was 2 years before July 2027.
There's nothing with that important than the people's business. If you make Andrew Wallace get up and come out of the part, there's no other business more important than our business. Whenever you know what I say, there's no other business in a Jamaica when it comes to a parliament, when a parliament day, there's no other business this politician can do. We're more important than our business, what them for conduct in our parliament. And with Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness, saying with the two of them are accomplice, two of them are thief, accomplice. Saying there's no way in a disaster where Andrew Holness collect blood clot money for them use a tornado and mash up Jamaica. People still homeless. People are dead. Disease outbreak. Cholera. Cholera blood clot, cholera outbreak. Saying this a crisis in Jamaica. And you going to tell me now, say, Andrew Holness, I go come to Parliament. Only if you talk about Jimmy Cliff and get up and come out of the Parliament after we pay him so much money. Andrew, you bumbo clot mad. I don't know who now want to tell you about me. I tell you this blood clot and you have him mad. And I beg you for coming out of Parliament, Me pay you for coming out of that blood clot. So you can get up and come out as you have a like. No other business is more important than this business, the people business. So no other business will give you that power to get up and come out of full business. You have to deal with full business first. Then you come out and go deal with different business. Because this business in the parliament more important than any other business. If it's not the people's business, it's no blood clot business. The people's business come first. I'm going to tell this suck-cock politician. The people's business come first. There's no other business you cannot do. We come before the people's business. I'm a blood clot tell you now. Call madman appear now. All the homeless people them appear now. I wanna go on like when somebody all madman contribute to no salary. Go suck on no mama, hey, you know go in.
And so we waited and wasted time. Yes. And to date, a letter was sent to JPSCO. And I really want to see the content of that letter because their interpretation is that the minister threatened them. And as a result of their interpretation, it's all over the place. All over the place. And the minister is also aware that one of the partners is seeking to exit the partnership. So it is very important, especially as we are now providing a loan to the company, a large loan, which we'll get into.
This just feel like the opposition attack to themselves in the parliament. And the type of disrespect I feel. This is the type of disrespect I feel. Juliet Holness is what in our parliament? What purpose Juliet Holness suit in our parliament? All if you sit down for you and talk about Jimmy Cliff. All if you sit down and hear about just, Juliet, you don't see pattern. Blood clot, nasty, dirty Juliet Holness. Only come to parliament, you sit down and hear and thieving man talk, then the two of them come out of the parliament and gone. You know what these blood clot junk, market girl and corner boy. Blood clot, dish towel, turn table clot. I feel like they reach somewhere. You know see pattern. Juliet Owens only sit down and listen blood clot, thieving man, talk. Then gone and hand it over to Uri. And the rest of them take time and go away. Sometimes when I look over there, there's two, somebody sit down over there. Sometimes a three. And I watch it from where they, And I say, but this don't look right. This just don't look the over disrespect. Hey, you see, if Mark Golden did stay like Andrew Holness, believe me, he have to resign already. You don't know that too. If Mark Golden did stay like Andrew Holness, Andrew, me I tell you, say you have to resign already. You see, this the pussy hole where you will be, if Mark Golden is just half of one pussy hole like you would have to left already. If Mark Golden just say a word and say, Jamaican people, this is what is happening. And that is the outcome, or that is that, or that is that. And you see if enough a blood clot come out. If Mark Golden it does fuck up like you, just a little bit. And just because Mark Golden is a righteous man. But there's no way if you're a thief. Remember, you're a thief, brother. No care which stage you go up and around the world, you're a thief. You're a thief. So no care who you want to meet over across the world. Just know when you come back in Jamaica, you're the said thief in kind of boy from 56 Cumberland Road. When you have nothing but yourself. And when I respect you none at all. To where you come like dog shit per roadside. In a real life. You don't give a fuck what you want to do. Because anything you do, you still going to be the same dog shit. Look how much power you want to have and what you want to do with the power. Because we not take back we talk. So no care what you want to do, you still are the same dog shit. It not going to change. And we not take it back. There's no way if you come in Parliament, just be talk about Jimmy Cliff. And gone, you your blood clot ginger to a Bigfoot girl. Me feel hurt. Because the opposition have so much things to talk about. The things they want to do. But it seems like the people business, them don't care about the people business. But I want the people them, And many more YouTubers want the people them. So look at some vloggers and bloggers. We come and vlog for Andrew Holness. A big stone, don't forget on the mouth, Look at vloggers. We have mislead Jamaican people for Andrew. A big stone, don't forget on the mouth. Brawling. Lick out on the teeth and lick out on the gum too. All on the gum get lick out on the mouth too. You don't know.
The Minister of Finance isn't here, but normally in these matters, you would expect that the Minister of Finance, $150 million US.
Happy Christmas.
My Seaweed photo book.
So Minister, there are some questions. Firstly, you've mentioned that today the government is not yet aware of the interest rate. You can't lend money without that very important element being known. So let us know what that interest rate is. But more importantly, you did say that at the end of 2 years, if the company hasn't paid back the loan by then, there's an opportunity for the government to transfer that loan into equity, into shares, and to acquire the assets. What is the value of that asset? Is the value of the asset done at today's date? So at the time when you're taking the risk, is the value going to be when you've added 150 million, enhance the value? At what point have you done that valuation? That I think is fundamental to this Parliament accepting this as a way forward. That is a most important question. But
want to see why Andrew is run out and gone? Because them must say, if JPS not keep up to the end of the bargain, then the money them can end up own JPS. That's how I get from it. I don't know. Something about this not right.
the minister has mentioned that JPSCO wants $350 million. And presumably, that is the cost for the full restoration that is to happen now in February. But the government is only providing 150. So we are short by $200 million. Where, yes, and it's United States dollars. You know, before all of this, we were being told by JPS and others that the amount of money for full restoration was between 400 and 500. So we are down to 350. They are getting 150 from the government of Jamaica. Where, and I'm so happy the Minister of Finance is back, where is the balance to come from? $200 million. And very importantly, what assurance is there, especially because restoration is tied to this 150 million, what assurance is there for the balance 200 million? And again, have commitments been given by the government for this balance to be
look on Darrell Vaz's face.
And by the way,
if you look like a frightened puss, hey, when you say puss frightening it, it's very weird puss frightening, but look like a frightened puss.
From Consul Fund, borrowed money.
Look like a frightened puss.
And I think the cat bond. Minister, I don't see how we can leave Parliament today and not be told where that 150 million US is coming from. But Minister, earlier, earlier, Minister, Minister, I want to suggest a few things. I think you. I am making. I am making the submission.
I want to the blood clot out and feel like say, this is in 1983 or 85. You think in 1985 this?
After all of this.
You think I dancing in time this? You see, you easy yourself.
And I spoke earlier, Minister, of concession and leverage. We are providing JPSCO with $150 million US. May I suggest that in providing this money, we use it for some leverage. One, JPSCO has a monopoly on transmission and distribution. You know what has happened in this hurricane? There are some persons who lost electricity totally. Totally. No, I need no protection. And and just remind the minister, I was not the minister who signed the license in 2001.
Member.
I stand by the license. I stand by the license.
Member. You're on the floor.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You have the mic.
Darrell Vaz, I'm going to tell you again, my brother. Ease your bumbo clot. Ease yourself. Because you go on like you want everybody to be afraid. Nobody not afraid here, brother. For your badness, water down. Time is the master. Because some cold case I can catch a blood clot. So easy yourself. Can you still come tell me about the bus? The $1,000 $1 bus them when you buy. We still need to know about the school, magic school bus them, you know. Easy your blood clot self. Cause fire that must steal, you don't think a cold breeze? Easy yourself and start going like you want disrupt the parliament. You're pussy.
But if you go into a crosstalk with another member that doesn't, you don't have the floor. Members, you don't have the floor. If you allow me, you will hear. If you allow me, you will hear.
Yes.
I am saying to you, you have the mic, you have the floor. If you're going to a crosstalk with a member who doesn't, then you're on your own. I can't protect you.
As of now.
I am saying to you, you have the floor. Continue with the presentation.
So, Mr. Speaker, again for the records, in 2001, when the JPS was divested, I was not the minister. I improved on those terms of the license in 2016, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud. And as the minister...
Hey, so could you, Roy Clark. You just need to talk to the dog shit, dirty Darrell Vaz. But if him go off and start talk to somebody who don't have the mic, you're on your own. What do you mean about on your own? On your own, you're bumbleclad. I want to do this up. Hey, I'm telling you, say, Jamaican people, one of us decide one day which day on our plan to beat these politicians. We need to beat them out of our parliament and get competent people to deal with affair. Them and already. We can't work with them here. And remember, then lose the election and thief in back themselves. And that's how they decide for a parade. So since as they don't want to go by voting, people vote them out. We have to go beat them out. Coming up, Desmond Mackenzie saying he used to lick. So we don't know we have to get some wire switch for Desmond, because see, I don't know what Siaga used to use and beat him. So we have to go do some research and find out what Siaga used to use and beat him and look something better and beat him ass. Because we can't work with these people. We can't work with them. Because they want to thief up the Melissa money and do what they want to do with it. They want to disrupt the parliament because my brethren here ask some serious question. You hear what man say? He have to answer these questions by parliament now go over. So we want to hear which part him go with this conversation. And we don't want to hear too. So tell Darrell Vaz say we're going to put a clothespin on him out or a padlock.
The minister is realizing now conditions warrant certain action by the government. And in 2001, there was a need for what eventually administration entered into with that new enterprise. But the concession I'm seeking using the leverage of the 150 million is firstly, and there are a number of concessions I believe the government should insist on. Today, due to a hurricane, if my neighbor has a solar system that is working 2 days after the hurricane, and I am on JPS, damaged and out of power for months, my neighbor can't run a wire across my fence and give me electricity, you know, because that person would be in breach of the license. I'm suggesting, Minister, you get them to waive that requirement so that in periods of emergency, that period in yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we have some leverage now. We're giving them $150 million as loan. Let us get some leverage. Let us get some concession as a result. So I would like to recommend that in relation to emergency situation like we're under, that issue of monopoly and transmission and distribution be waived, and that anybody in Westmoreland or Hanover who can assist a neighbor with electricity now, they should be allowed to do so without the restraint of the license. I'm also suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that as we need to get our economy up and running quickly, and as we are seeing those operators in special economic zone languishing and can't expand because of the high price of electricity, use this opportunity now to get a concession and allow persons who operate in free zones to generate and distribute electricity within the free zones, within the special economic zones.
Bring that forward.
I won't go through the long list. There's just one other issue I want to raise. Because already the JPSCO has given a hint about increased prices. And last year, you and I were warning about that when we thought that the slowness in restoration of the LNG generated electricity caused a major problem because people were paying for electricity generated by heavy fuel oil and diesel. And by the way, the Minister of Finance would be aware that the taxation on heavy fuel oil and diesel is so much greater than the taxation on LNG. And that is a matter that has to be resolved. But I believe that there has to be greater accountability on the part of the JPSCO. I can't see why you weren't able to say in your brief the date and time when LNG was restored. And that is curious because that is important. It's a cheaper generating cost to the JPS, largely because, among other things, the taxation is less. And we have to think for the future because more and more large customers are taking themselves off the grid to go straight to the LNG supplier, paying less taxes than we, those of us who are on the grid, have to pay for fuel sources that are used to generate electricity, such as heavy fuel oil and diesel. The taxation on those two fuels quadruple the taxation on LNG. And more you're going to find customers are going to be migrating to their own generated electricity. And more, those who remain on the grid will be faced with higher and higher prices. So, Mr. Chairman, as I see 1 minute remains, if the Minister could indicate the critical issues, rate of interest, where the funds are coming from, where the balance will come from, because the Jamaican people do want to have electricity before Christmas. And your timeline of February, which you're sticking your neck to, could very well drift to beyond February. And we don't want that. We want to ensure that the restoration takes place as quickly as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague. And I'm going to answer. Huh? Yeah, this is too much, man. If I get another one, I need another page. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, let us separate two things. Let's separate the negotiation that's going to go forward and the questions that were raised, but let's start with where we are now. This is the first opportunity that the Andrew Holness-led administration has had to start from scratch and negotiate a new license, electricity license, on behalf of the people of Jamaica. So don't tell me about 2001 and 2000. This is the first time that this has happened. This administration and this minister had given a commitment to the people of Jamaica that we were going to negotiate a new license. We didn't say who the new license would be with. And at this point, what I have stated here today is that I have separated Melissa and the needs that the JPS needs for Melissa in terms of funding to bring forward the timelines. And I can state here now that the contract with the consultants out of the UK were signed yesterday. They arrive here next week. The negotiating team of the government of Jamaica is ready to go to the table with the JPS next week with the hope of coming to some kind of agreement or to have a disagreement so we know exactly which road we are going down. So to ask me about a valuation when a negotiation is just starting and the license is very explicit on what happens if the government takes the position that they are going to buy out the assets of the existing electricity provider. So that is a premature question that I can't answer because I don't reach there yet, because it might not even be necessary. So that's number one. Number two, the meeting that I had yesterday with the chairman of the JPS, the CEO of the JPS, and the CFO of the JPS, in relation to what we agreed, was unanimous as the best way forward to deal with the current situation and to make sure that we don't delay it and we go on the same path, which is to try and come with an agreement in the shortest possible time with the negotiation teams at the table. Any attempt to rush a negotiation because you are responding to Melissa would be irresponsible, and it would only delay the process of restoration, because that can't happen in a day, a week, a month, or 2 months, or 6 months. 2 years in itself is a stretch. But my commitment on behalf of this government is that we are going to go to the table and we are going to try, and based on the meeting that we had yesterday, and the fact that they know already the fundamental changes that we want, that we will have a path that will either take us to consensus or we move to the next point, which is options. The government is still in control of this negotiation and has the leverage, because we are the one who have to issue the license whenever that time comes. So I want to make Jamaica assured that Melissa has not shifted that when, if it was negotiated differently, it could have easily given the government less leverage based on the circumstances. I want to mention about Petrojam. You asked some questions. I'm prepared to get those answers for you and give you, as we usually communicate, because that is important information. You mentioned Paradise Solar. You said we didn't mention anything about LNG. You would have seen the statement from JPS about what they are doing for the customers of JPS in terms of no disconnections, payment plans, etc., etc. The JPS knows
So my question, Minister, if you tarpaulin over the
activities and actions.
make sure what I announced today fundamental changes that we want, that we will have a path that will either take us to consensus or we move to the next point, which is options. The government is still in control of this negotiation and has the leverage because we are the one who have to issue the license whenever that time comes. So I want to make Jamaica assured that Melissa has not shifted that when if it was negotiated differently, it could have easily given the government less leverage based on the circumstances. I want to mention about Petrojam. You asked some questions. I'm prepared to get those answers for you and give you as we usually communicate, because that is important information. You mentioned Paradise Solar. You said we didn't mention anything about LNG. You would have seen the statement from JPS about what they are doing for the customers, JPS, in terms of no disconnections, payment plans, etc., etc. The JPS knows exactly from Beryl where this government stands. The OUR is already on top of their game, and we are going to make sure that before anything happens in relation to any discussion about price increase or rate increase, that a proper discussion is had and it is evaluated, and whatever it is has to be communicated and dealt with. If it becomes that way, you are going a bit further because you reach to that point. Where I reach is to make sure what I announced today happens in the shortest possible time to ease the burden and the suffering of those who don't have not even a tarpaulin over their head. So I give you the assurance that that is on my radar. And if that is inevitable, we will manage it and we'll make sure that we do what we have to do to ease the burden on the customers of the JPS. You asked about interest rate. We got approval yesterday. The Ministry of Finance, I think at this hour, if not this evening, tomorrow morning, will start discussions with JPS. And as I said before, we have to be very careful, because if we are lending the money and the interest rate is not reasonable, and by the way, it's consolidated fund money. It's not borrowed money, it's consolidated fund money. But guess what? If you don't spend $150 million to do this, and you spend it on some house, and fix some school, and some water, and you don't have light, the $150 million don't value nothing. Because light, electricity, is the most important thing in a recovery as we speak now. So I take full responsibility with support of my minister. As I said before, you were asked about the shortfall. We have given a commitment for $150 million.
You better
they have to come
man.
back in relation to
people
their
buy
financial
solar
model for the balance.
You better have people who buy solar. You fix back the people, give back the people in their house, fix back the school, fix back the road, and the light take a while to come in. The people that will invest in a solar until JPS reach them. And unlike there's an alternative now, people them go back in a solar. What do you mean about the money waste? How do you mean waste when time people get back their house and school tap gone and road fix up? The people them are going to invest in a solar. The people now go down a town and hold overseas are going to send solar or give them family. So fix back the people them house, fix back the road and fix back the school them. It's more important than lend JPS the money. All people do, invest in a solar. 150,000 can give a good, nice, decent setup if you run your whole house. 150,000 can give a good, nice solar system setup. We can run your whole house, run your fridge, do everything. And put street light and put light at your gate. Put solar light. You understand? Everybody take time doing a solar. Who now can't afford to get local solar current from them neighbor because it's free. You can look where you can run, watch your TV and do the local things until you can buy your own. How you mean? Fix back the people, get the people them house, road, fix back the school them, and make JPS figure out themselves. People that will invest in a solar. I don't know one of the things still.
Original ask was $300 million. We said we are prepared to do 2 months to get the restoration back. We will evaluate it at that point, depending on where we are. But right now, the most important thing is to move that 4 to 6 months and cut it down to 2 to 3 months. If the Jamaican people know and see the activity on the ground to know that January 2026 is going to be the last of the suffering because of electricity, they can manage that. But if you tell them May, June next year, they're just going to throw up their money there because 6 months is impossible to sustain. So, remember, you and I get on. We can discuss anything you want, whether off air, on air, wherever you want. Just understand one thing. My responsibility on behalf of this government and the Andrew Holness-led administration is to reduce the suffering of the people in the shortest possible time. And this is a game changer to what JPS had proposed originally and was going down the road. And the fact that we can do what we have done without mixing the loan with any extension to the license is making sure that our commitment to the Jamaican people is upheld. So, as I said before, we can talk more. Thank you.
Members, I accept that it is time for questions. And I will say this before I give you the floor, that this little booklet here is what governs the actions and activities of Parliament. We are going to be guided by what is in here. And what I want to say to new members, that there are sections that speaks of protocol and disciplinary activities and actions. So what I want us to do is to do it accordingly to what is here. The standing orders speak to section 32, that a member who wishes to ask a question will rise. And if 2 persons rise at the same time, the first person that I see, I will call upon to take the mic. The first person to stand, you can go ahead and stand. If you all rise, I'll choose one. Member from Eastern Westmoreland, your mic is on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be asking questions.
I hope so.
Yes, sir. As long as you're familiar with the same definition that I have for questions.
Oh, look at my husband.
We're using too much energy.
Oh, I just saw a new update. You can set a monthly energy limit and it'll adjust the appliances to energy saving mode.
Oh, that's a thing.
Don't inform me that you're there. So let us put whatever is not good between us, let us put it aside so we can deal with the people's business. My first question, Minister, in relation to the mobile gas stations, we still have a pressing need in Eastern Westmoreland for us to have access to those services, especially in an area like Betheltown that does not have a functioning gas station to begin with. So I'm, again, just bringing that to your attention that we would like to have mobile gas stations in Eastern Westmoreland. That's one. 2, In relation to the timeline, I'm happy that you have had a subsequent meeting with the CEO for JPS and that you have a timeline for January, because I met with him and a team Saturday. Yes, and he expressed that the videos and the pictures did not do justice to the level of devastation. So I'm happy that there's been a further update to the timeline for persons to get electricity. In relation to the generators, I note in your statement that you said, I think it's 561 generators were given to Trelawney, Hanover, and St. Elizabeth. I'm wondering what happened to the parish of Westmoreland, and specifically now in relation to Eastern Westmoreland. Right. Okay, next question is in relation to when we give the percentage from these utility companies, and we say 75% is back and 80%. It's not hard to imagine that you have 75% of whatever service is being restored because of the density of Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine, especially Portmore. What I would appreciate more is when we speak to this, if we speak to on a parish by parish basis, because really and truly the impact was really from Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland coming around to. Right, because that would give a much clearer picture to us as to what level of restoration has taken place here. And that's Flow, Digicel, JPS, any one of them. In relation to ATMs, which you mentioned, we don't have any ATMs currently in the constituency. And I'm wondering about the possibility of looking at putting some ATMs at the police station. There's an issue in Darliston where some bandits went there, and since then we haven't had any. But there is a functioning police station in the major towns. And so it shouldn't be difficult to put it there, because I suspect that these bandits would not be bold enough to attempt to rob somebody on the compound of the police station. And as you said, cash is currently king. So if you could look into that, I would appreciate it as well. In relation to the containers that you've said, there's a possibility of retrofitting. I am wondering if it is to get access to the containers that is causing the delay, or it is the process of retrofitting it, the access to get to, because you said in your statement several times that there are persons who don't have even a tarpaulin. I wrote it down. And sometimes when we speak, people, I see some members get agitated at times when we are speaking. Just imagine that you have constituents that don't have even a tarpaulin over their heads, right? To speak up and advocate for that person could not be seen as anything but making representation, which is what they elected you to do in the first place, right? So, Minister, the mobile gas station, the electricity, the containers, the generators, the breakdown of the restoration of the services, and the ATM at the police stations.
Thank you, Member. Just to say to you that, yes, those issues that you raise can easily be answered. And I'd appreciate if you just send me something, outline it to me, so that I can forward it to who needs to get the responses. But nothing that you have said is undoable. The only thing is the 1,000 containers that are here and have been here forever are not owned by the government. We are asking, based on the circumstances, if they could make them available to us as a humanitarian gift. But they are owned by several different shipping lines. Just to go back, Member, if you indulge me, to my colleague, shadow spokesperson, accelerate operations at Old Harbour LNG and Clarendon, resumed full operations on October 31st. Accelerate teams in Montego Bay resumed full operations on November 1st. So the timelines were very short in relation to the period of thing. 28 was a hurricane, 29, 30, 31st, a matter of a few days. So that's good news in relation to the overall scheme in terms of your concern about possible major increases. So again, that's excellent coordination and work, especially the fact that even one of them was in Montego Bay that was able to be opened on November 1st. So remember, as I said before, the things that you raised there, the information and data, what I can say is that based on the meeting with JPS and the fact that they have gotten the confirmation from the government to the agreement that we had yesterday verbally that's going to be documented, they're going to provide the government of Jamaica with a detailed listing which will take us to Christmas and take us to January. And that will be able to give communities timelines similar to what we did at the end of Beryl, because percentages mean nothing to me. It means nothing. If you don't know where your community is and when you expect it to get back light and you can't plan, then you're just in frustration and anxiety. So we will get that and we will publish that, or the JPS, once we sign off on it, will publish that on a daily basis as they did in the last few weeks of Beryl when we got on top of them to share information. But I want to state again, this is not a fix that does not include the worst affected areas. This includes sections of the worst affected areas for Christmas and by end of January, early February.
Member from St. Andrew Southern.
Who is that?
Thank you.
Turn the mic on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the context of your presentation in relation to the JPS situation is that the license expires, I think, is it July 2027? Notice has been given, triggering the consequences of license termination. Jamaica has roughly 20% of the equity in JPS. The funding gap, based on the recently done work to do the restoration of the grid, including substations, transmission, posts, etc., distribution lines, is around $350 million US. So our 20%, if you're looking at it as a shareholder, our 20% would be 70 million. But we are actually taking the risk of lending an unsecured loan to JPS of 150 million, which is twice the proportion of the equity that we hold in the business. So unsecured, if you have the collateral to seize, you're relying on a mechanism to get it back, which I'm going to speak to in a second. So my question to you is, first of all, the other 200 million, which is currently not funded, but which is necessary to achieve the timelines that you have indicated for restoration, what is the assurance that that 200 million will be raised on a timely basis so as to enable the necessary expenditures to be made by JPS to hit the targets, which are presumably fairly aggressive targets given the extent of the damage to the grid and so on? What level of confidence do you have that that 200 million will be raised by them? And what is the time frame that it has to be raised by for that target to be met? I'd like to know the time frame for that. Secondly, would we be disbursing our 150 before that 200 million is in place? Are we going to take the risk of lending that money to JPS, funded out of the consolidated fund you've said? I was going to ask you how it's going to be funded. That's roughly the same amount as the cat bond drawdown, we're told. This 150, which Jamaica has been seeing as being critical to the housing, shelter, the school fixing up, the health centers and hospitals, etc. JPS is now going to get the benefit of that money. I want to know whether we're going to take that risk and disburse those funds to JPS until the damage fund is fully funded. As it stands now, all you've told us is you've left it up to them and they're to come back to you. That, I think, is a risk we're not prepared to take as a country. I want to know which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan. So is it DBJ? You know, which entity is going to be the lender of record? Because part of what you've said is a mechanism that assures repayment, you've said, is that if at the end of July 2027, there is no renewal of the license because you can't agree terms, and you're acquiring the assets of JPS, you're saying that 150 would be a set-off, essentially. That's what I read you to be saying, that you would recover the 150, it would go in reduction of what you would have to pay them to acquire the assets. So set-off requires mutuality, meaning that the person who owes you is the same person you owe. So I want to know which entity within the government is going to carry that loan to the JPS. You said the interest rate is not yet settled, and the Ministry of Finance is going to deal with that hopefully tomorrow. I'm hoping that we will get a report on what that is, because this is coming out of the nation's available liquidity, and when there are a whole lot of needs to be met. So I think it's necessary for us to do what is necessary to get JPS up and running as quickly as possible. But I think we have to do it very prudently and sensibly so that we don't unnecessarily expose taxpayers to loss. So I would like your assurance, Minister, that that 200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Marubeni and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government-owned large utility. Or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put our 150 in. That's the last question I have, because I'm asking questions, is in all of this that we're discussing now, to get things back up and running as quickly as possible, which is the main imperative we're all aligned around. We've also had talk over the last year or so since Beryl about building resilience into our distribution and transmission systems for electricity. And there's been talk about putting wiring underground, and that the cost of that is very high, and in fact the CEO of JPS has said it'd be prohibitive. But what I want to know is what practical steps are being taken to build resilience into the grid now for those sections which have to be rebuilt. And is that a consideration at all? And if it is, what are the things that you intend to do to make sure that the grid is more resilient to withstand weather events, maybe not as drastic as Melissa, but weather events that we know sooner or later, hopefully much later, we're going to have to endure again. So that's my third question. So I'll summarize. One is the timeline for JPS to fund the 200 million gap, and whether you would ensure that that funding is in place before you expose our $150 million. Which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan, the $150 million loan that will be made to JPS, and what, if anything, is being done to build greater resilience into the grid in those areas where the grid is being substantially rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me indicate very clearly for all of Jamaica to hear. The meeting that we had yesterday morning, where the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary was there, we ironed out a way forward, realizing the seriousness and the time-sensitive nature of this response. So the first answer to your question is that this government is prepared on behalf of the people of Jamaica to release the $150 million in whatever tranches are required as quickly as possible to get the restoration going. And that's the difference between a caring government and somebody who has a financial background. The people want light. Okay? So let me just make that clear.
Point of order, Minister.
Point of order.
Minister, point of order.
Talking.
Yeah, mad bumbleclot, man. Darrell Vaz, you're mad blood clot. You drink mad puss piss. Hey, Jamaican people, on rise up. Then can find money by any means necessary to give blood clot JPS. With the two biggest shareholders live overseas. 80% them share Japan and Korea. 80%. And they want by any means necessary 150 million US. They want to take back 50 people light of Jamaica. Go suck your mama. The people them have no house batty boy. Hey, Jamaican people, wanna rise up. Wanna rise up. Who Pan Fufa House JPS are gonna put on this current? Fufa House. Darrell Vaz. You want a lick in your mouth with something.
The minister is standing on his feet, talking into the mic. You don't need to personalize your response. You don't need to get hot under the collar. It's a legitimate question I'm asking. And I'm just, so don't bother about having a financial background. I want to know a simple question. Are you going to ensure the funding is in place? And now you're coming back and personalizing it in a totally unnecessary way.
Let me repeat. Let me repeat. The member is saying that his position is that he would not release the $150 million unless he knew where the $200 million was coming from. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Hansard is there. Hansard is there. Hansard is there.
You want a box in your mouth, but handguard is there. You want somebody give you one big stone you want in your mouth, pussy. One big stone you forget in your mouth, batty boy. Big stone you forget in your brawling, you know, batty boy. Go and beat on it. What's the thing of Joe? You don't know one beat on a blood clot.
Hansard is there.
Hansard the pussy.
Minister. Minister.
I am telling you.
Minister. Please. Please. For those members who do not have the floor, please allow the minister to answer the question.
You see why bumbleclot dirty think Andrew Holness and the dirty girl run out of parliament? You see why the dirty fucker run out of parliament? You see why the dirty bumbleclot disgusting drunk run out of parliament? Eh? You no go on, man. On a blood clot. Jamaican people, you just organize one day which day we are going to beat this pussy. Just organize which day we are going to beat them.
So,
you may continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say it again. Based on the meeting that took place yesterday, we are confident, based on the meeting that had the representative of the Ministry of Finance at the highest level, the Minister and the Financial Secretary, you can't go any higher, that we are prepared to release the $150 billion tonight if it means that the people are going to get back light sooner than later. Mr. Speaker, 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 Mr. Speaker,
members,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Members, all minister. Members.
I fuck you, you know, sister, I fuck you, I go on in parliament. I'm tired of start burning, you know. This is waste of money. When the people them need their house to go back in, it matter about people want light. People want light. When people not no house, people want light. People want light. When people don't want, and them are going to release money tonight. I plan the pussy them, I plan for thief. Hey, Jamaican people, why don't wake up? Why don't can't wake up? What is wrong with you now? What the fuck is wrong with you now? What is wrong with you now? Jamaican people, what is wrong with you now? People in Westmoreland and Mobile, you don't come together. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't come together. You don't need to join together and be a unit. People want light and people don't have house. Black River wipe out and people want light. Place wipe out and people want light. No road and people want light. So, watch out now. The government is quick to free up money, give a private bomber clad company, some private man, that free up money, give to the blood clot MP them, forget about the people them on their foot. The government quick to free up money, to lend this private company, than to give the Jamaican people them, to come back on their foot. This bomber old dog shit to talk about people want light and people not no house. That is why Andrew Jones can't stay in the parliament. We not support this. I saw they want to fuck up the blood clot Melissa money so the people them can't get the benefit nothing out of it. When sister even sleep in bed they not go no. When sister expire food them a go no. What the fuck is wrong with you now? I have these Israel blood clot spy. I pretend like them a doctor and I play spy no. What the fuck is wrong with you now?
You are a wicked and evil. Bad mind don't go on yet from September 3rd.
Members.
Wicked and evil. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Minister, hold.
Remember your name called upon Diane Smith murder. You fuck with your name called upon Diane Smith murder. How Diane Smith dead? How Diane Smith dead? The man who killed Diane Smith, rape her in her period and then kill her. The man who killed Diane Smith, rape that little girl when she has her period and then kill her. The man, you know, the culprit who killed Diane Smith, rape her in her when she has her, when a fair time of the month, when she has her period. Can I believe this? The man who killed Diane Smith, rape her when she has her period and kill her, throw her in a culvert at Old Stony Hill Road. Eh? The man will rape Diane Smith. I want Penny Pan Shorty. Rape Diane Smith, you know. When she has her period. Can I believe this bumbleclot or that disgusting junker like that? Eh? The girl has her period, you know. Jesus mercy God. And this and them and who's to ever do it? Their roads catch free, have the most chat. You want to see them now? Any wish part in there? Eh? Mighty God.
Members. Members from the opposition side.
You are an uncaring set.
If
you do, a heartless set.
If you do not
set.
allow the minister to continue, then we will have to go to something else. Please. You do not have the floor. Member from St. Catherine North Central, you do not have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
You will find out in short.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Minister.
The $150 million that the government is prepared to release as soon as the documentation is in place, which will be no later than a matter of hours to a day, because of the urgency. It's specific for restoration over 2 months, December and January. That $150 billion is ring-fenced to deal with a restoration program that will take care of Jamaica, not only some parishes. And if you are going to tell me that there are people in this house that would question a government in a crisis like this to hold $150 million that we have availability now, to find out about $200 million, which can take another month or 6 weeks. Our money is secured whichever way it goes. We are a responsible government, and we have taken a responsible decision, a caring decision, an argument done. Some of you are asking the question, I will better start with them here. So, Mr. Speaker, the position is, this matter is fluid. This is a cabinet decision that was taken yesterday. We are going to wait until we have the final agreement between the Ministry of Finance and the JPS, and whenever that happens, we will make it public in Parliament to show the people of Jamaica what the final terms and conditions are. But for somebody to stand up in Parliament, knowing what is taking place out there, and is prepared to take a position to delay restoration, they will be judged by the people of this country.
I suck out your mum about delay respiration. Respiration, the people don't have no house. Hey, go dive in your think dirty worthless mama jankro. With respiration. Respiration a private man business. Respiration a private man business. And the people don't have no house jankro. Eh? Jamaican people, hey, you see all the blood clot, dirty bumbo clot, shit a bush, labor right vlog up on YouTube. Don't forget big stone in our mouth. Brad, don't forget a big stone fast in our mouth. Like Zachariah dumpling head.
Yes, here.
Minister.
Hey, go in a Darrell Vaz. Remember your name call upon Diane Smith, you know, pussy. You're a politician, son, and your name call upon Diane Smith, you know. You're a politician, son, and your name call upon Diane Smith, rape and murder. You're a politician, son, and your name call upon Diane Smith, rape and murder. And until to the day, yeah, the man who rape and murder Diane Smith walk up and down free, and your name call upon it. And you're a politician, son. So go sit yourself down. Because your name call upon rape and murder. Who is you in our parliament, batty boy? Where your name call upon rape and murder? Eh? Boy, you're a politician. Your name call upon rape and murder. And you're a politician in our parliament. I talk about argument done. Argument done where? How? And your name call upon rape and murder. Remember your name call upon Diane Smith. And how Diane Smith dead? Who's to ever kill Diane Smith? Rape her when she went a fair time of the month. And throw her in our old Culbert, a old Stony Hill Road. You can't talk to your name called upon rape and murder. One of the worst things for your name called upon, rape and murder. And that for your name called upon, rape and murder. So who is you in our parliament? When you know blood clot credible, because your name called upon rape and murder. You can talk about argument done. But delay respiration. Delay respiration, a private man business. When the people them have no house, the people that sleep on the chapalin, you see them when I talk about people in the chapalin and zinc, and I talk about delay respiration and Jamaican people, and I forgive your mama. I want to these people. Eh? Delay with respiration. How no quick to find money so for lend blood clot private company, but you know quick for blood clot hand out money to the people so the people then can go back on their foot. Eh? When it comes to help the people, them is a blood clot problem. But when they help private company, you know, glad for what Jamaica, all the laborers, kind of like sick, stupid. Remember, Labour Right and PNP house get destroyed by this town here, you know. Saying, and the government feel more comfortable to lend one private company 150 million US. Saying, for respiration, JPS pole and light in a community where road cut off, road have to go build back a some community because no JPS, it don't make no sense, no JPS road go there. So that's a waste of time. No house, no did if you get no current, that don't make no sense. Why you not use the 150 million US and fix back the people them life? Eh? Why you not use that money and put back the people them on their foot? Why y'all leave the people them for last and I think about JPS light and this and that? When there is no house for this light run to. JPS not gonna make no money in this space because there is no house. They don't have no customer. They don't have no fucking customer. So what the sense I run JPS like that place where there is no customer for get these light? The most house are sitting the people them want and fix back the road and sitting. How you glad for go lend them 150 million US and I talk about release money tonight? I plan for thief money. You not find all ways and means for thief the fucking money. All ways and mean Andrew Wallace and in government a plan a find for thief this fucking burial money. Because the money never come for help the people them none at all. Because they want the people them to be their slave. So they don't want them come back on their foot. They want the people them to be dependent on them right through and through till they get the whole of them in this blood clot digital system. And that are the agenda. So they want the people them to live at door and dependent and hungry and shabby. So they go offer them with needs and all of these goodies to chop them in these needs. That is why the government no give a fuck about the people them. They see it fit for a private, Japan. Japan no broke. Korea no broke. This country no broke. How much? A 400 sleeping bag. Then come issue in a Melissa where they one generator. They no broke. So how you are going to take up so much money and lend them 150 million US? They no broke. This country no broke. If I did hear talk about our next country, would understand. But Japan and Korean, then these people not broke. What the fuck these people is doing? The people them asleep at door and them are interesting but to run back light. Like run back light go where? Boy, this is madness. That is why Andrew is not in a parliament. Because they find them a try to find some way to thief the money. Them a find some way to thief the money. Right, I'm so fucking fed up of this thing right now. I'm so fucking fed up. I'm so fucking fed up of this thing right now. But the talking now gonna work again a blood clot. The action we have to deal with now. The talking now gonna help you, man. This come like a joke. We have to just get serious and just do what we have to do. I just say reach you now. Yeah, but we have to get serious. We have to start rebel now. We have to start rebel now. Saying the government delay and make cholera a kill off the people them. The government delay and make cholera kill off the people them. And them are going to talk about them can find so much money. You know what health center want this money? You know much health center want this money? Remember them get generator, you know? So then can fix back these health centers when they can fix, you know, and use generator run them, you know. And a plan for release money tonight, you know, and then don't chat. And them are the government and the government is responsible. Responsible where? Andrew wants to go beg these people for carry the blood clot tornado. Come fuck up Jamaica for come take out shame out and yai. If so money can come back in and pocket. Because the country did broke after election. The country did broke after election. So Andrew run go tell these people so now at the right time for you come try to experiment because We broke, so anything or anything, if people dead, you saw people are just dead. Come try and experiment and give us some money. Make sure say rich get to 5 so we can get the cat ban. If you take shame out of their eye. So then cause this destruction if you take shame out of their eye. And I talk about containerized house. And the people them are going to buy an NHT with containerized house. So you know, say the government no plan for help on at all. You know, say the government, not even the blood clot food will come in from overseas, the government now go no. You know, say I be a stale food. The government go back and take up the 3 container load of spoiled food of a dash way and I put in a care package and give people them. The government go back for the 3 container spoiled dash a stale food, expire food, where they put one size of a dash way. How can these people put up container food of a dash way, you know? They have park up in a container. Remember, this food, they said they claim to say this food for dispose. Why they have it park up in a container if they don't have an agenda? Then put it if you go back feet and make it and tell lies say and somebody thief here. Them said one go back feet and issue out in a care package. Because they want the people them to sick off because they want to repopulate Jamaica, these drunk crow. Jamaican people, it is now or never. It is now or never. They no plan for help, you know. You have to take out no frustration for a public servant. And take it to the Governor General gate. These people no mean no good. These people want to know if it dead. These people want to know if it dead out. This member the CMCIA party this operate, you know. The CMCIA party this operate, you know. Don't watch these labor to see around these are the sellout blood clot labor right. Then the sellout blood in these labor right. All of these labor to see a vlog for Anjo. Then come from the sellout bloodline. The sellout bumbo clot bloodline of them, the labor right them, are the sellout bloodline. For you see them, we know them, all of them talk alike, look alike, are the sellout bloodline them, the labor right them. It is now or never. The government no plan for help on no. They feel better for help a private company. Japan na broke. Korea na broke. How the fuck you want to lend them 150 million so quick but make decision? This is a lie. This is a scam. This is a fucking scam. This is a scam.
Minister, I want you to remain focused and answer the questions that are posed to you, please. Member from St. Andrews South Eastern, you have the floor.
Minister, the JPS has said that they estimate that the damage is 350 million. You are providing 150 million. Are you comfortable that the 150 million that the government is going to loan can provide the full restoration for all the parishes in the time frame that you have indicated? Right? By end of, hold on. Right? My second question, and I will ask you to ask your colleague who is sitting beside you. When will the Parliament get a statement from the Minister of Finance which outlines all the monies that we have gotten from the insurances, the monies that we are negotiating with our multilateral agencies, IMF, World Bank, IDB. We know that we have an estimate of US $8 billion. It is anticipated we can probably raise $1 billion US. Where is that shortfall going to come from? What are those funds going to be used for? We are 4 weeks after the hurricane, and the Minister of Finance is yet to come to the Parliament and tell us how much money we have, how the funds are going to be used. And every other minister can speak, can say many things, but if the Ministry of Finance cannot speak, right? So my question, Minister, do you believe 150 can cover the full restoration in the time?
Question another time. Just make him answer question. Make him ask now.
I don't know why the Minister of Finance can't speak. Because the Minister of Finance is Andrew Holness. Yes. Andrew Holness is the Minister of Finance. Andrew Holness. A same Siaga pattern Andrew Holness a deal. Let me pause this. Andrew Holness in the same Siaga. Remember, Siaga the Minister of Finance in a film time too, you know. So Andrew Holness do the same thing as Siaga. Remember for brethren, the talk tell we in a parliament, you know, saying here say Andrew Holness are gonna be the Minister of Finance. And if he ever come a parliament with it can't work. So you know what Andrew Holness do? Him put Favor William up front. That Andrew Holness is the fucking finance minister. That is why you see Favor William is just a fucking puppet. He's just a fucking puppet for Andrew Holness. A Favor Williams is just a Andrew Holness puppet. Andrew Holness is the finance minister. Just like us, I see I got footstep in her. Only through him I want real pussy hole.
Minister, Minister, I'm going to ask you, are you willing to have all questions posed at once and then you answer, or are you going to take them one at a time? No, you have to tell me no because I'm going to rule. One at a time. Are you going to answer the member from St. Andrew, Eastern, sorry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have to answer one question out of two. And that's a question that relates to the JPS negotiation. And he asked me whether I'm confident that the 150 can do what it is said to do in the 2 months. And the answer is yes. Secondly, he asked about whether or not I'm confident of the additional money. And I will make a statement here to say we will work with JPS in whichever way, shape, or form that is required if it means that we are to benefit the people of Jamaica in the shortest possible time. All options are open for discussion. All options. But we are not going to wait to get a fulsome, complete in a time of crisis. 150 is what we need for 2 months to get January morning, February morning, restoration as against May, June. If anybody can question that in Jamaica today with what we are going through, then they are wicked people.
You see, Darrell Vaz not address the people. Him come accosting him coming now. Just because I'm a thief out of blood clot airport, just so him go in a bojo barrel, him come in a parliament with vengeance. This is not how you address your talk. This is a serious thing, you know. This is 150 million blood clot of fuel money, you know. US, you know. And a Jamaican, you know, US. Saying? And this is Tony Darrell Vaz attack, you know, into defensive. So something not right. And he just want to just agree with him and get it over with, because the more then talk about it, and more him going to tie up himself, and he don't want to tie up himself. Something about this no fucking add up. This not look right. This not look right. Darrell Vaz look like a criminal. It look like this just don't fucking look right.
Member from Clarendon Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the minister aware that one of the major partners of the current JPS setup has indicated that they want to withdraw from the JPS agreement, the current agreement that they have, right? One of the international partners. And having regard to that fact, is the minister still prepared to go ahead with this loan of 150 million US, having regard to the fact that one of the partners of JPS has indicated that they want to withdraw from the agreement? It's an important question.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, It is a matter, Babsy. Mr. Speaker.
I'm not telling you something about this now, right?
Thank you.
I'm telling you something about this now, right, you know. One of the partner will move away from this. Now I have nothing to do with it again. This is something about this now, right? Something about this, the government now tell the people. The government now comes straight to the people. The criminal government now comes straight to the people them. The criminal government now comes straight to the people them. And this partner we want to pull away from JPS, find out that the government are criminal and they want to disassociate themselves from this criminal government. And that will happen. The partner we want to take themselves from this thing, discover that this fucking administration is nothing but a fucking thief and want to move away from them. You know, want nothing to do with them and JPS. And that may get from this.
It is a matter of public international knowledge that Maribweni, who owns 40%, indicated months ago that they are 40%.
Obviously, they are not listening, Minister. Give them some time. Go ahead now.
It's a matter of public record, international record, that Maribweni took a decision to divest their 40% in JPS. They came and saw the government of Jamaica and expressed that. This also, when the letter of the government in terms of the position that we took with the license, they came back to us to indicate that based on that, nobody will be prepared to buy 40% of a company that have 2 years on a license. So we are on the same path in relation to going down the road to get a negotiated license, one way or the other, so that they can then do what they need to do. But as of right now, they are in it for the next 2 years because they don't have any ability to sell. So that has no inference or nothing to do with what we are planning to do now. So answer to his question, yes, long time.
Can we? House Leader. House Leader.
This Black Friday, SpaBreaks.com has up to 60% off hundreds of spa escapes. Browse spas across the UK. Discover deals you won't find anywhere.
We have another statement by Mr. Speaker, we have a statement by the Minister of Culture, Gender and Sports, Minister Grange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, but I didn't get a chance to ask my
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
No. My mic has been on multiple times.
We can't both be on our feet.
90% of my constituency is without light.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir. Today, honorable members, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, Jamaica joins the global community to observe the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women.
Appear violence before you want peace. Women and men. We peace both men and women over here.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sober reminder of the women and girls and men whose lives are shaped, sometimes permanently, by violence, fear, and silence. The data is clearer than ever.
So, Babsy Grange, in this a heated conversation, with Darrell Vaz want to give away 150 million US. You come and talk about violence about women like you don't care about violence about women. Why the hell this lady come this time now? This time. Remember, you know, warm-up session gone already, you know. Warm-up session gone already. In the middle. At the 1-for-1, you know. Dub plate style. 1-for-1 dub plate style. Babsy Grange come now with him blood clot calypso. Eh? When he have the earlier part, when he talk about Jimmy Cliff, he should have talked about it.
Mr. Speaker, the Women's Health Survey shows that 1 in 4 Jamaican women has been physically abused. Many out there
of those pieces of legislation leave themselves. Further highlight
without fear,
not even come forward to report it. Although what we do know is that they do talk to friends and family. And so that opens an avenue for action, which is to ensure that friends and families give support to these women and girls so that we can indeed end this kind of practice that we see. This year, we are celebrating under the theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. And it is true that this area has been long overlooked, except that during COVID, we did acknowledge and we saw the increase of violence against women online. And since then, we have been paying some attention to it, and I'm glad that this year is being used to further highlight that. As we do that, I am also looking that in Jamaica, especially as we look to build better and deal with the effects post-Hurricane Melissa, that we have to use this period to ensure that we Jamaicanize it. I've always said that when we do these campaigns, I like when we make it our own. And for us in Jamaica, as we look at what is happening to our communities, especially those that have been worse affected, we have to remember the disproportionate effects of gender-based violence on vulnerable populations, especially women and girls. And so, as we take steps to recover, I want to urge us to prioritize the safety and well-being of our women and girls, especially as we ensure that they have safe spaces to bathe and to relieve themselves. Let's also be mindful of the probability of Jamaicans in these affected areas falling into those that are economically disadvantaged, those that face lack of access to education and resources. And you would know, Minister, that I mentioned these particular areas because these are some of the circumstances under which we see an increase in gender-based violence against women and girls. And so as we look at what we're doing, we have to remember that this whole situation creates opportunities, yes, for our women and girls to be disadvantaged. And so we have to take that into account. And I'm therefore asking that whatever we do in this recovery period, that we ensure that our systems, our mechanisms, and our structures prioritize transparency, equity, and inclusion, so that all of us who are part of government, all of us elected by the people, as members of parliament, as councillors, those of us in communities who have always played a part, yes, those of us in our schools, that we all have that space to come together, look generally at what is happening, and support each other to make sure that there is transparency, there's equity, and there's inclusion. Minister, as we go forward, I'm hoping also that we use this year.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that the member be offered an additional 5 minutes to complete her presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I was saying that I believe that we should use this year to ensure that we close the gap. We have done a lot of things, but we must still use this year to close the gap of those pieces of legislation that still require our attention. You are aware of some of those, Minister, where we need to review and make the necessary amendments to ensure that we are where we should be. In Parliament, I would like to ask us to commit to lead by example. By example in our relationships, in what we do, in how we treat others, and by condemning all those times and all those forms of gender-based violence that we see, whether they are perpetrated by one of us or a man on the street. I also want, because of that experience, to ask that as we look to review the standing orders, that we take the opportunity to make a change and to show that we are willing to do more than pay lip service, but that indeed, in our standing orders, we set the standards that hold all of us accountable. Again, I stand to reaffirm our commitment to cause and take tangible action to make the difference. As we always say, break the silence, end the violence, and we too in this Parliament must do our part. Thank you.
Member from West Central, St. James.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for this statement on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the 16th Day of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. Permit me to pose 2 questions to the Minister. Increasingly, data show that online bullying, harassment, stalking, and other forms of attacks include defamatory statements. Will the Minister consider reintroducing into Jamaican statute law criminal libel in this age of unregulated social media as one of the tools of protection? Secondly, My second question, Minister, is whether any of the regional shelters that was operationalized for women and their families have been damaged as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
House Leader. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to support the Minister in relation to the question asked by the member from St. James West Central, that legislation is already in place that protects persons from cyberbullying and, in fact, attacks on social media. Criminal liability is in place. And we are currently in the process of starting the review process of the Cybersecurity Act, where we will include matters of this nature to protect citizens, whether male or female, from abuse of social media.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarity. On a point of clarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the honourable member misheard. It's not about criminal liability, but it's about criminal libel, defamation.
So, Mr. Speaker, in response to the question asked if any of the shelters were affected by Hurricane Melissa, fortunately, our shelters were not damaged. However, the centers, two of our centers in Western Jamaica for our adolescent mothers, the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation, two centers were badly damaged. And in fact, a number of our employees were, we could not find them, we could not locate them for days. But we have now found all our employees. We are working to put the shelters, the centers, have them repaired, and to get our program going again. But in the meantime, the students, I don't know if everyone in Parliament is aware of the program of the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation, where we have 13 such centers across the island and also outreach centers. And we assist pregnant teenagers and teenage mothers to continue their education and then reintegrate them back into the school system. And in fact, during the hurricane, it was on the news that a mother was delivering a baby. It was a 15-year-old delivering, and that young miss was one of our students. And we have cases where an 11-year-old, for example, victim of incest, her grandfather got her pregnant. So we have some really very sad cases, and then we have situations where a young girl might be just experimenting and gets pregnant. We also have a program for the fathers, for the baby fathers, where we, of course, assist them to become good fathers, and a program where we are able to convince these young ladies not to get pregnant a second time until they're in a position to take care of a family. So I would say God has been good to us. Our program has not been severely impacted. I am concerned about the parishes where Melissa impacted and what is happening to the young girls and even the women who are homeless. We have a concern, and we're going to be doing some research and a survey to see how it has impacted on those women and girls and boys in those communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will now take a statement from the Most Honorable Prime Minister.
Before I begin my formal presentation, just an observation. At 6:45, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a fairly filled house. Just an observation, Mr. Speaker. Just an observation. It will be with you shortly. Mr. Speaker, last week, the World Bank released the results of its rapid damage assessment for Hurricane Melissa. The assessment places Jamaica's physical damage at US $8.8 billion. This figure is preliminary as further technical evaluations continue through the PIOJ. This estimate includes damage to private and public property, insured and uninsured, as well as critical infrastructure. However, it does not yet reflect the cost of relief, that's all that we have been spending on humanitarian supplies, and the cost of recovery activities, that which we have spent on getting the electricity grid, the water grid, and telecommunications up. And it does not yet reflect economic losses that will follow the disruption in key sectors. So, for example, while it accounts for the physical damage of a hotel, it does not account for the loss of revenues from the temporary closure of the impact. Mr. Speaker, one of the most severe and underreported impacts is the massive volume of debris generated by Hurricane Melissa. According to satellite-based analysis conducted by the United Nations Development Program, the storm left over 4.8 million tons of debris across the island. This debris is blocking roads, hindering access to schools and hospitals, farms and markets, slowing relief distribution, and delaying the restoration of essential services. The UNDP estimates that the debris is equivalent to approximately 480,000 standard truckloads, consisting of 2.1 million tons of building and construction debris, 1.3 million tons of vegetation waste, 1.4 million tons of personal property, and mixed household debris. These are minimum estimates and will increase as ground assessment continues. Compared to major hurricanes worldwide, Hurricane Melissa now ranks amongst the most extreme debris-generating storms ever on record. And there are analyses that are already being done on this, Mr. Speaker, which would compare, for example, the debris generated in Hurricane Katrina, the debris generated in Hurricane Irma, and other hurricanes relative to Jamaica. And of course, there are suggestions regarding the type of building material used, where people chose to live. But there is also another factor which we have not yet assessed, but needs to be assessed. The damage went through the cockpit country. And therefore, some of our prime forests were destroyed. The leaves of every tree in the path was stripped and the trees broken. So the devastation of the primary forest has not yet been assessed. So when the satellites are doing the imagery, what they are picking up is a lot of that debris mass, which accounts for why it is so large. In the other areas, the storms did not affect primary forests as the way it has. 51%, I'm told, of our primary forests has been affected. So in other hurricanes in other countries, it has not affected their forests in the way that it has affected ours, our cockpit country. So it's an area that we will have to look at, but it's not the primary subject of today's statement. Mr. Speaker, we must act urgently and strategically to address this unprecedented challenge. It is important to note that at this time of the year, we traditionally launch our annual mitigation and cleanup exercise, constituency-based, in preparation for the Christmas season. Today, I wish to inform this Honourable House that the government has approved budgetary allocations for the National Cleanup Programme, which will incorporate the annual constituency-based mitigation and cleanup programme. $10 million per constituency has been allocated under the National Constituency-Based Mitigation Programme. The allocation will...
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a formula.
And vector control to reduce the spread of pests and disease, $5 million for de-embushing, and $3 million for debris and waste removal. This investment is not only routine seasonal maintenance, it will neatly dovetail into a broader program of cleaning and debris management. Additional funding will be provided to the 16 most affected constituencies across Westmoreland, 3 constituencies, Hanover, 2 constituencies, St. James, 5 constituencies, Trelawney, 2 constituencies, and St. Elizabeth, 4 constituencies. Beyond these parishes, other severely affected communities island-wide will also be targeted. So there is a constituency-based, parish-based targeting, but then we will go more granular to specific communities in other parishes which have been affected. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is the most equitable and efficient way of using the resources. In other words, we are targeting the resources to the areas of greatest need. This program will employ, just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is the program which is our national cleanup program, which represents the additional funding that we are placing on the table. So this program will employ between 100 and 200 persons per constituency. So in the 16 constituencies named, in addition to areas in other constituencies affected, we will employ between 100 to 200 persons to assist with the cleanup. The Social Development Commission will oversee the recruitment, training, and organization of work teams. Our aim is to ensure that all workers are properly documented, are supported to open a bank account where needed, and receive basic training in the safe handling and disposal of debris and waste. This is part of a wider effort to formalize labor, strengthen social protection, and uphold decent work principles even during an emergency. The National Solid Waste Management Authority will coordinate operational planning and work schedules. They will be supported by the Jamaica Defence Force, the National Spatial Data Unit, utilizing GIS mapping to tag and track debris, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. We are identifying additional temporary disposal sites and exploring recycling and the circular economy solutions, which will include using wood chippers to process vegetative waste and mulch, to process vegetative waste for mulch and compost, establishing structured scrap metal recovery, and recovering reusable construction material, and partnering with private firms to pilot community-level material sorting. These measures are essential to build long-term resilience in waste and debris management. We have also begun securing additional trucks, compactors, bulldozers, and heavy equipment, including through pledged international support. Mr. Speaker, countries that have faced large-scale disasters such as Japan after the 2011 earthquake, Indonesia after the 2018 earthquake, and the United States after Hurricane Katrina implemented debris-to-income programs where communities were paid to sort, recycle, dispose, and remove and to convert debris into usable materials. These programs created temporary jobs, accelerated cleanup, reduced landfill pressure, and strengthened local recycling industries. And Jamaica will follow similar best practices and models, ensuring that our cleanup effort also supports livelihoods and stimulate local enterprise. Mr. Speaker, I should also point out that we are making a special allocation of $150 million. You know what, let me not make that statement, no, having said what I just said earlier. No, the Minister of Finance slipped me a note, and I misread the note. In addition to the allocations for MPs, for constituencies, we're also making an allocation of $150,000 per councillor in each constituency. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that Hansa did not record my initial statement. I'll come to that later. I can't go back. Mr. Speaker, while the government is providing resources, equipment, and coordination, the national cleanup effort cannot succeed without the full participation of our citizens. Every Jamaican, schools, businesses, community groups, church groups, service clubs, and private households must join in this campaign to clean up our space. A cleaner Jamaica is not only aesthetically pleasing, it is safer, healthier, more resilient, and more attractive for investment and tourism. The cleanup we begin today contributes directly to our economic recovery, our public health, and our national pride. Given the scale of the debris, this will take time. Initial operations are projected for 2 to 4 fortnights, after which we will conduct an assessment and expand interventions as required. So technically, we could go under the special national cleanup program for a month to 2 months, just to do cleanup. After that, then we will reassess. Members of Parliament and councillors in targeted areas will receive detailed instructions and guidelines. Letters confirming allocations, that is under your normal routine maintenance Christmas program. You will get those letters by Friday. And for the constituencies that are
Mr. Speaker, as the time for speaking has expired, we ask that the time be extended sufficiently to complete the presentation.
Minister, you have the liberty. PM, you have the liberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mike, your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm finished.
The question is on the floor for the extension of time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue, PM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually at the end. So, members of Parliament and councillors in targeted areas will receive detailed instructions and guidelines. So, letters confirming the allocations will be sent out by the latest Friday of this week. You will probably get them late tomorrow into early Thursday. And for the constituencies that are specifically targeted, those 16 in addition to areas in other constituencies, you will also get your letters explaining how you will participate in the program, how you will be able to recommend persons to work, the assignment of the SDC officers, all those details that will ensure that you are effective in the mobilization towards our national cleanup. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So the normal allocation for road patching that we would normally get, are we to understand that that's not going to be provided this time around, or that you're treating the payments? Yeah, however you feel comfortable. So is it that the payments that we receive for Melissa relief and for the emergency drain cleaning just before, and the housing allocation, is that kind of in lieu of the road patching resources that we would normally expect at this time to fix up roads? Many of us do that in January after the Christmas rush, because it's quite difficult to administer so many programs at the same time in December. But I'm wondering about that, because the roads, there's been a lot of rain, so the roads are in need of patching in the constituencies. So what is going to happen there? In terms of the national cleanup program, the role of the MPs will be what exactly in that? Because you've said that you're going to employ 100 to 200 per constituency in the areas where the cleanup is being done, which are the most badly affected areas. And the SDC is going to handle the engagement and training, you said, of those workers. So do the members of parliament have any role in that at all? And if so, what is that role? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Let me start with the role of the MPs. I want it to be clearly understood, Mr. Speaker, that the MPs are integral and critical to the relief and recovery process, and there is no attempt in any way to marginalize or to obviate the office of the Member of Parliament. And in every program that we have designed, the office of the Member of Parliament is integrated and connected and contacted. And I want that to be established for the records. We must, however, appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that unwittingly, or maybe by design,
Mark Golding, if you raise for a point to order and stop him, because when attack is madness.
we are every day changing the role of the Member of Parliament. The Member of Parliament is becoming less of a legislator and more of a standing office for social work, contracting, construction management. Madam Speaker, this collective body has to be very careful as to how it expands its role beyond its constitutional jurisdiction. And I'm always very sensitive to it, in as much as I am a Member of Parliament, and I say to all, especially the new members of Parliament, I do understand how you feel when you get out into the field and your constituents say, I need help. And if you were to say to them that my role is to go to Parliament and talk, or my role is to go to Parliament or to write a letter to, they're not going to understand that. They're not going to see the value of that. What they want to see is for you to be present with them in the rain, in the storm, as you were when you were seeking their vote. It is the nature of politics. It's not just Jamaica, it's everywhere. But as leaders, we have to be careful how we succumb to certain pressures that change the nature of our government, including how it lessens accountability and transparency. So I'm very sensitive to that.
You know, the bridging and the jugs, you look like a commodity
so it's not my intention
take a ball of coke and come back and
use
chat beer fuckery.
the disaster response to change the nature of the office and function of the Member of Parliament. And I will say this in response, Leader of the Opposition. When we gave, when we made the allocation of $10 million to MPs, there were certain arguments being put. $10 million, this can't do anything. $10 million, and we agree, $10 million is absolutely insignificant to the overall picture. But note what MPs have said. We need more money for transporting the $10 million worth of goods, not to take it out of the $10 million, but we put money on top of that for transportation. Then some members of Parliament have said, we need funds to actually go and inspect the damage so that we can send back the picture. Then some members of Parliament have said, you know, we need staff to manage all of this. In other words, I appreciate, and I'm not saying that I don't understand the demands. I too am a member of Parliament. But the office was never designed in the first place to do this.
You told blood clot lie. The people them saying they need more money so they can give back everybody their house. You told them pussy whole lie.
Why them sit down and not object?
You know for raise one point out when this bumbo clot dog should attack them a lie. When say no want more money so they can need go to everybody need and get them back their house. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
I fuck with this dog shit attacking with Parliament, you know.
Either we are going to unwittingly allow it to happen, or if it is the collective mind that it be so, then we will have to sit down and properly provision the office of the Member of Parliament to become a department of the government that delivers service in the constituencies. So it is a reality. So I'm not meaning to open this as a debate, but I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that these are things that, as the people who lead the country, we have to sometimes look above what the public is saying and what everybody else is saying and see what our collective action is doing. Are we leading or are we being led? Now, I mean, it is a debate to be had, Leader of the Opposition. It's a debate to be had, but I wouldn't... For this cleanup program, yes, that's what I'm coming to. So in this cleanup program, as in any other, we expect that the Member of Parliament will play a critical role in, one, recommending the persons who will be employed. Absolutely important. So you will be working along with your SDC officers. Number two, that you will be playing a role in identifying equipment that can be used in the cleanup. The NSWMA will be the coordinating body for the trucks and the tractors and the excavators and the power saws and all of those things. So the NSWMA may not know all the equipment that exists within your constituency or in your community. So you will coordinate with them. But just to be clear, MPs are not to get involved in any contracting or procurement matters. I think I have to say this and say it publicly and say it repeatedly. It is not your role. MPs can play a pivotal role in mobilizing the community. Now, when any program is announced with resources, as MPs we know that the first thing that people see or ask is the money and how much you're going to get. But this is a national cleanup program where, though there is a component of pay, there is also a component of service. It is in all our interests to remove the debris from the communities. Let's be clear. There will be persons in communities who are not able themselves to remove the debris. Old persons, infirm persons. And therefore, as you organize the labor force, as members of Parliament, you will have great knowledge of your communities as to where the help will be needed. So you can help to guide how the various work teams are directed, where they should go and how they should be deployed. So the members of parliament have a critical role to play, but I'm going to urge you to stay within the bounds of what you are constitutionally required to do. Now, the other question was the road patching. Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to do the road patching as we have done in the previous mitigation program because of one, the resource constraint, and number two, we would not want the NWA's resources to be tied up in treating with the procurement and contracting in other areas where the need is not as great as the 16 constituencies and some other targeted areas. So we have taken the decision to focus the efforts right now on getting those 16 areas back up and running. It doesn't mean that there will not be an allocation. It just means that you won't have the allocation now while this program is going on. Because the NWA will play a critical role in this national cleanup as well. Because remember now, most of the debris would be along their corridor, the NWA corridors and the parish council corridors. And we will need the NWA to help us with management and supervision of the various work teams, and to help us in the reporting of the removal of the debris. Because at some point in time, there will be accountability, there will be monitoring and evaluation. You might hear that, you know, we move 20,000 truckloads of debris, and then, you know, for some reason you can't account for 4,000 or 5,000. We don't want that. We want to be able to account for everything. So we're going to ask the NWA to help us with just managing how accounting for the removal of the waste, tracking, and helping us to understand in particular areas, for example, there might be light poles, some debris might block gullies, it might block culverts. So we want the NWA to be there to assist the work teams in proper guidance and direction to make sure that everything is done according to what proper civil works codes should be. I believe you had a third question, Leader of the Opposition. That was it? Good.
Member from St. Catherine North Central.
Prime Minister, I am still, over these years, questioning how it is determined that the hilly terrain of North Central St. Catherine and East Central St. Andrew could possibly get the same funding for bushing when this amount, by NWA rates and standard, would only do about 3 of my main thoroughfares. So I'm not picking on you, but my colleagues as well. Why would I get up in North Central St. Catherine, where the vegetation is so overgrown? I don't know how I could be compared to East Kingston and Port Royal. So I'm not picking on you. I am batting for rural constituencies at this time. The bush are closing upon the cars. The people have nowhere to walk. Down in St. Andrew, is it northeast where Chuck is? Yes, northeast. I think maybe you would probably beautify the curb walls, yes. But we have bush, the vegetation that cars can't pass without crying up the side of the vehicles and with people not having anywhere to walk. There is no routine maintenance going on. So let's not fool ourselves. The bushing only takes place once per year. And when that happens, it is at a place where it is not manageable. We have to be using equipment to first clear the sides of the road before we can even send men out there to attempt to bush. Prime Minister, I'm appealing to you. Rural constituencies must be treated differently at this time to be able to take care of overgrown vegetation. My second question relates to the movement of funding. I think we have always been able to, based on what our needs are, that we might be able to do some juggling where possible. Please just elaborate.
And the question. Because we had cut the program to dovetail it into the national cleanup program, we didn't make the usual parametric provisions where you could make certain changes. But as the program is defined now, I will inform my permanent secretary that I have no objections if a member of parliament were to decide to shift from bulky waste into bushing, or from bushing into bulky waste. But there can be no compromise on the $2 million for cleaning drains and waterways, because if you note, it is more for vector control. So you can use this for vector control if you would like. But the threat now is mostly for standing water, where you are having rats and other vectors, mosquitoes. So if we would not allow you not to use that $2 million for that purpose, but you can move between bushing and bulky waste removal. On the matter of the rural constituency, it is a constant point being made in these debates, and more as it is made, I am inclined to consider it. Not as an additional allocation, but as we have, for example, which we debated last week or the week before, with the bauxite levy fund for constituency development. Constituencies, they get a special allocation from that. So there may be ways to craft programs that are specific to rural constituencies for which you would qualify as one, rather than to make a general allocation.
Member from St. Anne Southeastern, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. Just to echo, Southeast St. Anne is the largest, geographically, the largest constituency in the country. And so the issues related to, yeah man, that's true man, you check your thing. The issue of ensuring that we're able to service and deal with the issues with roads, bushing, etc. is critical, and I want to echo what the member has said. And thank you for your commitment to considering it. The other consideration which I would like to ask if you would make, Prime Minister, is some flexibility. You said there will be funds coming regarding patching, and so I wonder if you would consider now allowing some of us to be able to access those patching resources earlier than others. And I say this because the roads in my constituency are downright dangerous, and they've been made more so by the hurricane and the waters from the hurricane. But in addition, we have some breakaways, which might be a separate issue, but certainly road-related, breakaways from slippages that need urgent attention. So two parts to the question. The first is flexibility with the patching resources. Those of us who in consultation with the NWA, can access and use those resources effectively in the short term, if we can have that flexibility. And secondly, the plans for dealing with the breakaways from the hurricane in constituencies like mine.
Thank you, member, and thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I see that the road patching and road maintenance are matters of concern, particularly for the MPs that are not within the 16. Let me assure the entire Parliament, the NAA presented to the Cabinet a budget for recovery of roads for $35 billion. We were not able to allocate $35 billion all at once. We settled on an allocation of $5 billion. That's what we could see our way to fiscally. And in that $5 billion would be allocations for patching up roads, minor and major repairs. I'm not sure if we did anything for
Prime Minister, please. It is now 7:20. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Prime Minister, you may continue.
We could see our way fiscally, and members, allow me to just engage you for a few minutes. Please bear in mind that revenues have fallen, expenditures by virtue of what we need for relief and recovery. You would have heard the Minister of Energy explain the demands on the government, even things that we did not budget for, we have to now put them in place. So it's a delicate balancing act to ensure that we don't end up in a financial crisis as we are responding. So every demand that is made, we put it through the lens of what is fiscally possible. Now, what is fiscally possible is also determined by how efficiently you spend the resources allocated. We can make allocations that are not efficiently used. So we have to look at what is the spending capacity of the entities that we are giving the resources to. So when it comes to road patching, for example, if we were to say, fix all the roads, say we're going to fix all the roads in all the constituencies, and then in addition to that, spend more resources on the 16. You know what the biggest problem was? The member of my sister from St. Andrews Southwest, who stood up in Parliament last year and complained that you have allocated, what was it, $40 million, but I can't get anything done. And why couldn't you get that $40 million spent? Because it had to go through procurement and then contracting and all kind of long process, tying up the NAA staff. Note, we haven't made a budget to increase the staff of the NAA. We haven't taken on more people, it's the same staff. So even if we're making allocations, we also have to think about how the allocations are going to be spent. So these are just some of the considerations. So what we have done is to look at the entirety of the roads that need to be repaired, give priority to those that are in the worst damaged areas, which I think we all agree that that's the sacrifice we have to make. But at the same time, as soon as we have gotten those roads underway, then we can look at the others. So we're going to treat all the roads in Jamaica under the emergency procurement because they were all affected. But the emphasis, because of the resources that we have, will be on the roads that are in the most affected areas, and then we will come back and deal with the other roads. So we have allocated $1.5 billion for patching. Note that last year, when we were impacted by the heavy rains after Beryl, we allocated $2 billion for patching island-wide. So we have allocated $1.5 billion. Note as well that out of that $5 billion, we have already spent, because we have cleared almost all the roads, there are only 15 roads that are still blocked. And of that 15, some are blocked because, as you mentioned, landslides and slippages and waterlogged, which we just wouldn't be able to address those. So we have already spent in clearing that. As I speak today, all the roads you can drive on. There might still be some bush on the side of the road, but that's what the National Cleanup Program is designed to do, and that's why we'll work in coordination with the NWA and the JPS and NWC to make sure that we're not interfering with the civil works and the road furniture and the critical works that are along those roads. And that's the coordination of the National Cleanup Program. So I put the MPs at ease. You will have your roads attended to, but from a procurement and contracting perspective, we want to get those 16 constituencies off very quickly, and then we'll be able to address the others shortly. So I would say that by late January, early February, we can start to patch, which would ordinarily be about when you would be able to spend that $10 million anyway. The overall coordination of the National Cleanup Program is the NSWMA. Yeah. Oh, the 10 million, right. So the usual. So the bulky waste is NSWMA. The cleanup and the management of the drain cleaning and so forth, vector control, that's NWA working with your Ministry of Health. So remember now, if you need to do vector control, contact your local Ministry of Health personnel to assist you either with baiting for rats or treating water or any of those activities that you would normally do in terms of ensuring that any standing water is not an environmental threat.
Member from St. Andrews Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 quick questions. The first one is really a very simple one. Prime Minister, you mentioned an allocation to councillors, which seemed a little bit minuscule. I suspect that they will be hearing more about a program for the councillors. That's one. It's 3. I don't know if you just want to take the 3. Okay. So just to make sure that as a former councillor, I'm not here and not paying attention to that. So that's one. The second one has to be, Prime Minister, you spoke about government having discussions with the SDC and so on, and giving instructions for the inclusion of the members of parliament and their role. The question, Minister, Prime Minister, is whether or not those recommendations are going to be in writing and clear, and whether or not that similar approach cannot be used for the distribution of relief as it relates wider than just this in this post-Melissa recovery and all of what we're doing. Because it isn't happening now. It isn't. That's 2. Remember I said 3? Right. So now, the third one, I mean, Prime Minister, is just very simply, I would imagine that government has been having discussions with external sources about debris management based on what you have said is the volume of debris that Melissa has left with us. Are you ready to update us, or are we to expect any more detailed update further on?
As it relates to the allocation for councillors, the revenue impact has also negatively affected local government revenues right across the island. So what we have done here is in consideration of the fallout generally for local government. I'll leave that burden on the Minister of Local Government when he comes to speak to see what other allocations he can make from his already dwindling resources. But if it can be topped up, I'm certain the Minister will do that. As it relates to the instructions, we will make the effort to put them in writing so that the officers are aware that the members of Parliament have been prescribed specific roles in supporting the national cleanup program. And then your third question is about debris management, right? So yes, we are actually in touch with other entities. And you would know that we have brought in, I asked the UN Secretary General for support in the management of disaster, the logistics of management, and he kindly sent a team in addition to sending a Jamaican, you might know him, Ronald Jackson, who is an international expert in this. And so this is part of the conversation going on about how to manage this debris. What we have done here is from our side, meaning from the executive side, is the financial allocation. And how can we multiply the allocation? So meaning that instead of just paying trucks to remove the garbage, how can we get the people who are removing the garbage understanding about debris, introduce recycling and separation and these other things. So whatever expenditure we're doing, yes, it's about relief from having the garbage, but it is also about making the community stronger. That yes, you see this garbage, but plastics can be recycled, metals can be reused, and we want to get that kind of notion into the community. But we also want to take advantage of this period to rebuild community spirit, to get people to come out and clean their own communities. So that's the idea behind the expenditure. So it's not merely an expenditure, it's about multiplying the value of what we get from the expenditure.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I just I crave your indulgence because I don't want to sound repetitive. I had a conversation with the Minister of Works, if I'm saying that, yes, in terms of preserving roads at this time. So if we don't have exceptions to the rules in everything that you've outlined, we may find ourselves in a situation where we're spending more to preserve roads that we just previously spent a lot of money to repave and construct. For instance, I can think of one road in Bellevue that's in Fellowship, Portland. The top of it was done, millions of dollars spent, and the bottom of it. In the middle of it, there was no works done. So what you have is the road actually deteriorating, the unimproved area going into the area that was improved and between the road and the drain. The conversation that I spoke about is the practicality of you would have to spend money to even dump the spaces so that it doesn't actually disintegrate further and start to destroy the other road, the new road. So my question then is, will there be an exception to the rules where it is identified? Because I know you outline the role of the MP, but if we are on the ground and we're seeing particular things to preserve the status quo while we await the parishes that are affected, we may find ourselves with a higher bill. And so before the next part of it is certainly the parishes that are situated similar to mine that I would have heard my friend speak about. The drain cleaning exercise is also one of road preservation. When the debushing part of it and the drain, you have drains, gutters that are like drains on those expensive roads. If they are not, if the debushing and the drain cleaning isn't working in tandem, what you're going to have is that the road itself is then destroyed. And so there are situations where, notwithstanding what's happening with NWA, and I heard it's practical, but the preservation is going to be almost as if we're going to find ourselves with a new problem and a more expensive bill. And so there was a complaint because in my constituency, I've had to take the decision to simply get marl and shingle that I'm now learning that there's a different quality
and NWA is telling me you need to stop because the quality of the marl is not good. No, I'm just bringing that out to say that the practical solution, which rightly the minister would have advised me, is to, if you can stop the gap, you're going to have to do that. But how long can I afford to do that in a private capacity while we wait? And so I just need you to consider that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just listening to the Member of Parliament, I can see his passion and the genuine desire of wanting to help. And just reflecting that when I became a Member of Parliament, I may have taken the same posture. But I'm sure that your senior colleagues over there, as I read their faces, would be saying, he will learn, he will learn, he will learn, he will learn. But remember, when we sit here and make the rules, we are not intent on breaking them. But when exceptional circumstances are brought to our attention, we will have to address them. The provisions made to members of Parliament, and let me say this, and I have to be the one to say it because you're going to face your constituents who will tell you, the Prime Minister allocate $5 million to you, to your constituency. Fix all the roads. The funds that are allocated to members of Parliament are not meant to replace the functioning ministries, departments, and agencies who have the budgets to actually deliver the service. The allocations that are given to members of Parliament are there for them to be able to respond to urgent, critical welfare and health and other critical social needs and some infrastructure needs. But the Member of Parliament is not the executive director of the NWA or the managing director of the NWA. He's not the supervisor of works. I have to say that and say it clearly. Now, I know some of us want to pretend as if we are, because that is the way you win votes. But it is setting you up because you will not be able to fulfill the demands. I need to just say it in your protection, member from East Portland, and for all MPs. So if you have said you have brought it to the attention of the minister, I just had a word with the minister. There is a process. These things, if you bring them to the attention of your NWA parish manager, or I suspect that road is a parish council road, that you bring it to the superintendent of works in the parish council. Those matters would then funnel up into the larger budget, and then the decisions are made as to how the larger budget is allocated to what is a priority. All right?
Member from Eastern St. Thomas Eastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I heard you mentioned some special areas outside of the badly affected areas. I want to crave your indulgence this evening. There are two areas in Eastern St. Thomas. Bath, where the river, contrary to what persons are saying, that persons build their houses on the river banks. The road is the Copper Lane area where the river undermined the road. And it's in a very, very dangerous way. The last hurricane, the motor vehicles were washed away. Houses have been undermined. And persons are traumatized. because they have nowhere to live. They have to be here, there, and everywhere, living with family members. Some of them, the convenience is not proper. So I am asking for special consideration for the Bath Copper Lane area where the river washed away vehicles and under.
Oh, look at my husband. He's so cute when he's stressed.
We're using too much energy.
Oh, I just saw a new update. You can set a monthly energy limit and it'll adjust the appliances to energy saving mode.
Wow, that's a thing.
Mm-hmm. You can take out the recycling.
Touche.
Mm-hmm.
Can wrap up. But you mentioned, member, special communities. We're going to be driven by the ADPEM data as to the areas that were affected. I suspect that Bath and the area that you have mentioned would be considered in the cleanup effort. But it seems to me that you're suggesting that it is more than just the cleanup that you need. I take note of that, and I will, through ADPEM and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, ensure that the proper assessment is done, a report is given, and we see how best we can respond. Questions were raised about breakaways, and I didn't answer them. Now, just to be clear with the breakaways, the NWA is in the process of assessing the breakaways. I have seen that there are members of communities who are saying that they are taking matters into their own hands and trying to create pathways on unstable soil. I can only use this platform to advise members. I am the first one to encourage and support community initiative, but trying to construct a pathway on a landslide or a breakaway is very dangerous. The NWA, as I've said, they have done assessments, and there are two issues that we have to consider, which the public should understand. Once there is a breakaway, the alternative is to either bring the road inland, which would mean in some instances, or most instances, going through private property. We would have to acquire that. That takes some time. Or if we decide that it is feasible to restore the breakaway, which is...
What you try to say, the people then for wait till NWA come before they can move about. You know, it's big like bulldozer bucket. You see a blood clot nose.
Usually a very expensive undertaking for civil engineering. So it is not something that I can tell you that it will be corrected overnight. So if there is obviously no alternatives, there's no alternate route, then we will have to move there very quickly to provide access. Right? But if there is an alternative route, or an alternate route rather, I would encourage persons to use the alternate route rather than to risk going through the breakaway or the land slippage.
Big up every lady.
Member from West Central, St. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, are you aware that members of Parliament have experienced great difficulty in sourcing equipment in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane and are still experiencing that difficulty, and so it may impact that role of identifying equipment for the cleanup work? Firstly. Secondly, can we get an indication of what equipment has come in through international aid in the disaster response process? And thirdly, whether any mulching machine or other equipment that can assist with the biodegradable vegetation has come in or can be sourced to expedite the cleanup.
So I'm aware of the shortage of equipment. So if there is a general shortage, I'm certain that MPs are going to find it difficult. There is a notion that we have a lot of trucks, and as we pull from the regular trade, it is going to impact construction, agriculture, transportation. So we have to manage that very carefully. What we have done, we have made an allocation of $200 million to acquire equipment locally so far. I don't want to say too much about what we have started to procure, but we have started to look at tipper trucks, which are locally, which we can get out of the local supply here, brand new, and chipping machines, wood chipping machines. We have started to look for those. There are not many in the local trade because you need the industrial heavy-duty types. We have asked our partners to supply excavators, heavy, what they call it, D9 bulldozers, compactors, water trucks, and we have sourced water trucks here locally as well. So yes, we are trying to source what we can here locally, and we have asked our international partners to also supply. What was the other question? I think that's it.
Mr. Speaker, we have another statement by the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to report to this honorable House on my recent participation in the G20 summit held in Johannesburg, South Africa, hosted by President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa from the 22nd to the 23rd of November 2025. Over the course of the last few days, I held a series of high-level engagements with international institutions and world leaders with the overarching aim of securing Jamaica's interests in three key areas: advancing the country's recovery and reconstruction agenda following recent disaster events, mobilizing development and climate resilience financing, and reinforcing Jamaica's engagement with global governance institutions and the Global South. In support of this agenda, I met with the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund and the President of the World Bank, sharing Jamaica's latest damage and loss assessments and presenting the recovery and reconstruction plan to the global finance community. During the Johannesburg meeting, I held productive talks with the following leaders, among others, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the summit host, and he affirmed support for Jamaica through their own disaster fund. I met with President Emmanuel Macron of France, in which we discussed deepening our cooperation and support for Jamaica's financing bid. I met with President Lula da Silva of Brazil, where we discussed possible agricultural support and support for Jamaica's relief and recovery initiatives. I met with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada, and I want to say here that Canada, through Prime Minister Carney, has taken a special interest in the financing of the reconstruction. It is a very technical area and an area in which we will require the support of many leaders who sit on the board.
Because the Canadian people them want to come construct this nuclear power plant in Jamaica. So that is why this guy in Tree and him have such a talk. Because really and truly, it's the nuclear power plant and Jones one can come to Jamaica, you know. But we, the native of Jamaica, say no to any form of nuclear power. Whether they want to sign yes or no, it can't construct. Whether he want to sign the deal for this nuclear power plant in Jamaica, yes or no, it cannot construct. Because we will never allow to construct it. If I been whole we go move, go live on the land when you want to construct it. You know what is a nuclear power plant? A nuclear power plant is the next icing to the cake if you run the whole on off of the land. Because when these foreign scientists come down and tell them, say the whole of Jamaica is contaminated and you know fit for human to live on it, we don't have to move go somewhere else. What do you think? It's easy for them manipulate and running off of the land. Only just go look the disaster of these nuclear power plant. Just go look disaster, nuclear power plant disaster. When you don't have the time, Jamaican people, just go on Google and look at nuclear power plant disaster. And that and Jonas one can come to Jamaica. That is why JPS license have the timeline on it, because some rich guy in Canada and them sign off to construct this, and, including leaching. Including leaching. We're making open the empty account to take out the money from SSL. Including leaching, they all sign off on this deal to construct a nuclear power plant in our country without our consent. This is what them do. But it can't happen. Jamaican people, if you don't allow this nuclear power plant to construct in Jamaica, better not killing yourself, because this is cheap dead.
Boards of the various international financial institutions where they have representatives on these boards. So when you present your package, you want to have global support from international leaders so that your request, your package of support can be approved by the boards of these international financial institutions. So that was the general thrust of meeting with the world leaders, to garner support for Jamaica's bid for financing. I met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, noting our cultural and historical ties, and we also discussed support for Jamaica's agricultural sector and fisheries sector. And of course, all of these countries that we have discussed all assisted immediately as the hurricane struck. So we also expressed our thanks and gratitude to them. I met with the Vice President of Nigeria, and Nigeria committed to assist in our relief and recovery effort. And as I said, I met with Ajay Banga, and Ajay Banga is the president of the World Bank, and Kristalina Georgieva of the IMF. Interestingly as well, I had a good meeting with Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. We discussed the public health situation in Jamaica as a result of the pandemic, and they have agreed to mobilize emergency resources for Jamaica. I also participated in multilateral sessions of the G20 summit, which was focused on disaster risk financing, climate transition, and debt sustainability, key areas for our CARICOM region. Notably, the summit's declaration emphasized disaster resilience, strengthening the international coordination for response to climate-related and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, in those arrangements, I reiterated Jamaica's strong position. In those engagements, I reiterated Jamaica's strong position. We have already mobilized approximately $650 million US dollars, that's about 100 billion Jamaican dollars, for immediate available resources via our pre-planned and pre-arranged disaster risk financing framework. At the same time, we have access to more than $500 million through the rapid financing facility of the IMF. But I emphasize that our multi-year reconstruction effort will require substantially more support than these amounts alone can deliver. As I said earlier, the loss is estimated at $8.8 billion. However, a portion of that would be private losses covered by insurance. It is estimated, therefore, that there should still be a gap, that there would still be a gap of approximately $5 billion US dollars, which the government would need to fund. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, additional resources would need to be accessed. So, just to summarize that point for the listening public, the damage assessed is 8.8. Insurance may cover 3.8 thereabout of it. There is still $5 billion, rounded figures, that would need to be funded. We have approximately 1 billion, thereabout, 1 billion that we can allocate towards the reconstruction. So we still need to find 4 billion. That's the window. And how do you get this? You have to, $4 billion US. You have to get out there in the international community. You have to bring your case to the world leaders. You have to ensure that the international capital markets see that you're not going to only rely on their resources, that you can also have even greater support from the international financial institutions, and that helps to make a stronger case. And that is what we have done. The G20 summit, the G20 summit was a convenient place to meet all the leaders in one event. We therefore formally requested the international community, including the IMF, the World Bank, bilateral development partners, climate finance platforms, and multilateral development banks, to assemble a reconstruction support package that scales with Jamaica's ambitions and needs. This includes concessional loans and grants earmarked for resilient infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, including poultry and dairy, citrus, and hydroponics, and for the automation of our agricultural sector, for debt service relief and restructuring options to protect our fiscal space and sustain growth, and technical assistance through technology transfer for agriculture and other industries that we're seeking to develop, and for the risk insurance and contingency financing instruments linked to climate change and natural disaster, an area which Jamaica is the prime example of how this is done and utilized. This mission underscores several strategic imperatives for Jamaica, and by engaging proactively in the G20 and on the margins with major partner countries and institutions, Jamaica is asserting its voice in global economic governance, especially as a middle-income, small island developing state facing climate risks. Our emphasis on disaster resilience, sustainable agriculture, aligns neatly with Jamaica's stated vision of leveraging technology, AI, and automation within our agricultural sector, but not just within agriculture, within logistics, within manufacturing, in everything that we are doing. And so we are, Mr. Speaker, positioning Jamaica as the country that is embracing of technology and making ourselves not just the poster child of fiscal resilience, but the poster child of economic resilience in the face of a disaster. Our bilateral talks with Brazil, India, France, South Africa, and Nigeria signals Jamaica's intent to broaden its external partnership beyond traditional donors. And I want to say here, Mr. Speaker, that South-South cooperation is something that Jamaica is pursuing intentionally. I've had discussions with my brother and friend from Rwanda, President Kagame, and he will be sending an advanced team to come and see how they can assist. I suspect that the result of that will be a corps of engineers that will come from Rwanda to assist with our reconstruction. The same thing will happen with Ghana. I had a very good talk with the president of Ethiopia. As I mentioned, the vice president of Nigeria. We are, Mr. Speaker, building close relations with Africa. Because that that the G20 was held in Africa is significant, very significant. It shows Africa emerging and Africa being very important to the future of the global economy. But, Madam Speaker, we should note that from a foreign policy point of view, we have always maintained that it is best for Jamaica to always be at the table, to always have a voice. And just to be clear, Madam Speaker, not to be at some table or at a subset. We want to be at the main. Speaker, it should be noted that it is sometimes underlooked and undervalued that this is the second time that Jamaica has been invited to the G20. Jamaica has been
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking has expired. We ask that it be extended for 10 minutes to complete the presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. You may continue, Prime Minister. Mike, please.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it is oftentimes under, you know, not looked upon as being of any great import. You know, one member I overheard saying, when God South Africa, for he should be here marshalling the recovery. And I shake my head. I shake my head. And the reason why is that I understand how our electorate and how even some of our intellectuals will think about it. And we didn't take the decision of going lightly. In fact, Mr. Speaker, up until a couple of days before, the decision was that I would not be going. But we discussed it and we debated it, and the offer was even extended for us to attend. And we decided that, given that that was the case, we attended. But I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, and it's very important to say. The measure of the recovery is not going to be in how fast you deliver the package of food. The measure of the recovery is going to be how fast you return electricity and water. How you kept the population safe from diseases and health risks and mentally positive in outlook. But the ultimate measure is going to be how you rebuild forward better. Not that you take up a shack that was destroyed in the hurricane and build back another shack. That is not what is going to be measured as success. And to do that, the time of the Prime Minister is not best used handing out a bag of this and a bag of that. The time of the Prime Minister is best used mobilizing the international community to deliver the billions of dollars that is going to be necessary to rebuild the country. So for those people who want to create mischief and mislead people, I leave my judgment to the reconstruction. So this week, there you go. So in the weeks ahead, the government will prepare and circulate to all partners the detailed Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Program document, including costing, phasing, governance structures, environmental and social safeguards, and expected impact, that is in terms of job productivity, technology adoption. We'll convene a partner donor roundtable virtually and then in person to formalize the international support package with a view to securing commitments by the end of the first quarter of 2026.
Mr. Speaker, I would have loved to have heard the Prime Minister say, and I appreciate what you say because the African blood runs deep in me as well. The African blood runs in all of us. But it is time that we as black people realize that if we are going to get progress, that we must start to use our resources in wise ways. So if we spend $6.5 million to go to Africa, the Prime Minister should come here and say, yes, I struck an economic deal with Ethiopia or Nigeria or South Africa. But then come here to tell me about Manchester. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I come from a generation that is liberated. Slavery is 350 years, 150 since free. We must understand that now is the time that we must defend our economic independence. And to do that, we will strike trade agreements with Africa. Don't come here and tell me about Manchester. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that the $6 million we spend flying, hold on. Mr. Speaker, as I said, in response to the intervention by the House Leader, if the Prime Minister, having had these answers prepared and foresight of them, which I did, if the answers are there, she could have said it. She could have said it. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, to you is that the $6.5 million spent on traveling to pay respect to ancestors could have been spent at Pinnacle. And that is where you would be paying respect to ancestors. Mr. Speaker, if it is that you want to just travel to pay respect to ancestors, you could spend it at Pinnacle. You could spend it at Pinnacle. All the countryside.
So now here the dog shit.
And then we will commence with the first initial tranche of early action projects under our framework.
That when Mama P
momentum, accountability,
spend you
as well as
$6 million,
partners, as
go
well
Africa,
as the Jamaican people,
go
and
pay
to ensure that
tribute to the
Jamaica's
ancestors,
disaster
and him have a problem with
architecture
it.
is
Hear him
fully
now.
leveraged,
Listen
and
to
our
him.
fiscal framework remains prudent, and that all assistance aligned with our national development priorities and climate resilience goal. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express gratitude to all the Jamaican delegation members and government officials who supported the work in South Africa. I also wish to thank the members of the diaspora who I got the opportunity to meet in South Africa. And let me also extend gratitude to all of our development partners and international institutions for their engagement. Most importantly, I wish to assure the House and the Jamaican people that this mission generated significant dividends, commitments, committed attention to the highest level of global governance to Jamaica's needs, specific bilateral affirmations of partnership, and tangible forward momentum on Jamaica's key strategic priorities. I now commend this statement to the House and look forward to a collective move forward to resilience, prosperity, and an inclusive Jamaica.
Prime Minister, thank you for the statement. I have a couple of in relation to the 650 million that has already been mobilized from the insurances and other sources, could you give me a breakdown of that 650 million? I know CRIF is about 90, the cat bond about 150. What I'd like to know whether the balance of that money reflects insurances or whether those reflect any loans that we have taken from any other multilateral partners. I know the 500 million you refer to is an IMF drawdown, which comes from the Rapid Financing Facility. With the 1.15 that we have in hand, could you indicate how much of that we have spent in the recovery effort so far, and what are some of the immediate priorities? For example, we know many people have lost livelihoods in the tourism industry. We know SMEs have been decimated. What is the plan to provide immediate relief to those particular stakeholders where if you don't provide the relief now, the problem is going to be a bigger problem 6 months, 9 months, 12 months down the road? Secondly, and your colleague may be able to answer this better, are we receiving the full 150 million from the cat bond, or are there any fees or charges related to it, which would maybe 10%? I don't know what the figure is, but are there monies deducted from that to give a net value to the Jamaican people? And then I take note of the plan, and I don't think anybody on this side would have any criticism of your trip to South Africa to lobby for funding, and I don't think anybody said that. But from the preliminary discussions that you would have had with your multilateral partners, have you any indication at this stage, accepting that you wouldn't have something firm, of commitments that would help to close that gap of approximately $4 billion? And then for the Minister of Finance, what would be your projection? You're not the minister, but we haven't gotten a statement from her. We know we're at about 62% GDP. We had to expect to get down to 60 before the end of the fiscal year. You're obviously going to have to borrow. What is your projection in the short term in terms of what you anticipate our debt to GDP will rise to in the short term, and then over time, what you think, what level we would be at? And finally, you had indicated a couple of weeks ago, we're going to relax the fiscal rules, which nobody would have an argument with. Have we begun or started that process, formally submitting the report to the Independent Fiscal Commission, etc., so that process is underway? And we have formally made the overtures to the respective multilateral agencies in relation to seeking funding?
Member from St. Andrews South East, you mentioned in your presentation a new creature in our our fiscal landscape called the Fiscal Commissioner. And the Fiscal Commissioner examines all our statements and everything that the government puts forward for its credibility and whether or not it is sound. And they will make pronouncements. So we on this side have enforced a particular discipline. And that is when it comes to speaking on some of these fiscal issues, we allow the Minister of Finance to speak first. The Minister of Finance will come to Parliament Tuesday next week with some of the things that you have just asked. For example, you have asked about whether or not we have started the process to change the fiscal rules. Yes, it has begun, and the Minister will come with the necessary legislative changes that are necessary. And that process of bringing our supplementary and having it reviewed by the Fiscal Commissioner, that is underway. So a supplementary will come next week. So I don't want to answer questions that ought rightfully to be presented by the Minister of Finance at that time. I would say to you, though, that you have asked questions regarding, you've asked a question regarding what we have gotten in terms of the catastrophe bond and these things. The catastrophe bond, I understand that it's a full payment, but there are usually some small fees and so attached. What that is, I couldn't say, I don't know now, but the Minister of Finance, I will have her undertake to present that when she presents next week. Our fiscal resilience plan starts with savings, which we put into our National Disaster Risk Fund, then contingencies, which we set aside from each budget, then insurance, for example, the CRIF, then our catastrophe bond, which we have gotten a full payout from, and from the CRIF, Minister, you remind me what we got from the CRIF? About 91 billion. And then we have access to prearranged financing, essentially prearranged debt that we can get at concessionary rates. And that would come from our partners, the IMF, the World Bank, and the IDB. From the IDB, there are some prearranged funds that can go up to as much as about 450 million, 400 million, thereabout. We will not be able to get all of it because some of it is reliant on some triggers being met. Those triggers have not been met in this disaster. The CAF, which is the Central American Development Bank, they have given us a grant, but they have said that they would be prepared to give us financing as well. So my visit to the G20 to meet with all of these leaders all in one place was to secure funding over and above what we have already secured through the various systems that I have mentioned, from savings to prearranged debt, because the extent of the damage surpasses what we had prearranged and what we have set aside in savings and contingencies and insurance. So we need to go to the international community, make our case, garner friends, get influence in these international financial entities to look at Jamaica's case specially or give special consideration so that we can get access to more financing. That's the essence of it.
Just a follow-up. Could you indicate how much we have raised from the, I think it's the Support Jamaica website, in terms of funding, and whether we have been using those funds to deal with the ongoing responding to the emergencies, etc., and whether those funds are managed through the Ministry of Finance or an appropriate government agency, and whether the same rules that apply in terms of procurement, etc., for normal government-related funds apply to those that would be raised through the Support Jamaica website.
Technically, all the funds raised should go into our National Disaster Risk Fund. Some of them go to ADPEM, go to the account, to the ADPEM account. But all the funds are under the management and supervision of the regular fiscal and financial rules that pertain to any funding that the government of Jamaica has. The question is whether or not, so your question is, did they go into the central consolidated fund or did they go into a special fund? If they went into the consolidated fund, then they are at the disposal of the government. If they go into the disaster risk fund, then they can only be spent under certain conditions and for certain purposes. And so any fund that is related to disasters goes into the disaster risk fund, unless either the donor or the person lending specifies that it can be for budgetary support, which I haven't seen much of that recently. Now, the question that you're asking is, have we spent any of those funds on the relief effort? My understanding is that we have first utilized what we have in the contingency, meaning what we have set aside in the budget, and then what we have in the fund itself. So in other words, we are only spending so far Jamaica's money because that's immediate and you know what it is. The others it keeps coming. One day you hear it's X amount, then by tomorrow more comes in. So we'll soon know what the full picture is. I believe the ADPEM director at some point would have given some updates I don't have those figures with me. Yeah, but I will undertake, member, that at the next time that I speak publicly, I will have the figures available as to exactly what has been raised from all the efforts. A global figure, I'll make those available. And just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I know there's a lot of talk about government getting money and not using it, and we have to be so careful that these kinds of careless talk. Now, for the people, Mr. Speaker, I'm about to say something, and I just want to be clear. For the people who are saying it, and gaining influence on persons who don't understand, it is dangerous because, you know, there is a public that believes that somehow we sit here and we are trying to somehow take away money that has come for the relief of the people. Let me say this clearly, Mr. Speaker. It would be morally reprehensible for anyone to be using any government resources in any way that has been given or borrowed for relief or any other action to mitigate the damage of this hurricane for any personal or private gain. And if there is any such thing happening, I don't have to wait for any other entity to ferret it out or find it. I will find it myself.
With 20 hotel brands, at IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can guest how you guest. Unplugged for the day.
That this is not...
Andrew, remember you use charity funds and buy your personal, buy stocks and bonds to your personal self. Charity money, you take and buy stocks and bonds to your personal self. What are you saying? This a fool to take people for? This must have a movie. What the name of the movie? Somebody tell me the name of the movie. What the name of this movie? What the name of this movie? Because remember, this bedroom is a thief, you know. Remember, this bedroom is a coat with thief, you know. Eh? I hear him say time out and I expect if you believe him. Somebody please tell me the name of this movie now. Boy, I don't know. Andrew, boy, you take with you some pussy.
The first disaster that this government has had to address. There was never a question about the administration of resources for Hurricane Beryl. No donor said what I gave, I don't know how it was.
Andrew, oh yeah, you really take with your phone now, you know. Hey, me never see one next thief like this man, you know. This man is a special edition. No more like him no make. Special edition this a bumbuckler, man.
Accounted for. Let it be clear that for the entire administration of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, where the government of Jamaica executed the largest social protection program in the history of Jamaica. There wasn't even one question of misappropriation of funds. So I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that those persons who wish to tarnish myself, tarnish the government, you're tarnishing Jamaica with a lie. I am not worried so much, Mr. Speaker, because wherever I travel and I meet with the international community, you know what they say? They say, you have done an amazing job. And I'm not joking, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to say it about myself.
Get out of here, you blood clot. Get out of here. Remember, you're in front of the court. The thief in taxpayer money, you shitbag. Mark Golding, you must raise for a point of order and them say, I know you can't declare an asset. You're in front of the court for thief in taxpayer money. You use the charity money buy stocks and bonds for your personal self. You open account for NCB and take out money for SSL, then you lock down. What are you saying? You're a thief. And you can't go down, you're a thief. You're a fucking thief. Very easy. You think you can go down? Go declare your asset and tell you when you come by the house you live in. Go declare your blood clot asset and come back and talk to it. You're a thief, brother. You think you can tap it and talk? How the fuck do you? Go declare your asset.
The international agencies, they go, and I don't ask them to, they go and say it publicly. Direct contradiction of the nonsense that some people are saying. So I know that it hasn't done any damage at that level. Because they know, they see, they understand, they know the systems in place, and they know what would have happened in other countries. And they have confidence in the government. But some of them who are saying these things are people who know better, and they mislead. They mislead the people. So let me be clear in this parliament that this government will manage this disaster without any form of corruption, misdirection, maladministration, malfeasance, misfeasance. We are going to manage this disaster with the highest level of probity and integrity and accountability. And it is necessary to do this, Mr. Speaker, because the scale of what we need in support from the international community.
Mark Golding, if you raise from point to order, only just sit down, sir. Only just sit down, sir. Only if you raise from point to order, only just sit down, sir. Why the PNP them just sit down, sir? Watch here. Only just sit down, sir, like blood clot sheep. How the fuck will you sit down, sir? How the PNP them sit down, sir? Watch here. Then just sit down. Go then just sit down. Una sweet pepper, and just sit down, sir. Where blood and fire come right there. All of them just sit down, sir.
And here the man talk, say the man.
All of them just sit down, sir. No, man, look like you must have a spell. Must blood clot spell in that too.
It can only be gotten if the international community feels that we have the institutional framework to ensure that whatever resources are made available are properly used. So one can only say that those people who are spreading those rumors are determined to bring down Jamaica. They do not support Jamaica. So as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, my statement is also a warning to us. Let's be clear, it is a warning to the government, but it is my duty also to dismiss and dispel falsehood.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You already bring down Jamaica and Andrew. Jamaica can't bring down no further than how you bring it down, you know. Jamaica can't bring down no farther than how you bring it down. What you talk about? How you bring down Jamaica? You sit down in the parliament and you're a fucking thief. That alone bring down Jamaica. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is a thief. In a court for thief. Taxpayer money. You're in a court right now for thief taxpayer money, and I beg the judge to hush this case. You're not member in a court for thief taxpayer money, brother. You're not credible, you're not nobody. So you could have chat loud, soft, tiny. You're a thief. I mean, I like how the PNP just sit down, so you must raise from point to order.
When they talk like that now,
You know, for raise from point to order.
it just make it look like Andrew, I tell you the truth.
One time I raise from point to order, allow Andrew to talk this over fuckery. People believe same attack, so it don't make sense. You must raise from, you must active. You must active in the blood clot parliament.
I must say Africa.
You must be active.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have really just one single question for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, are you aware that your statement that the government will prepare and circulate to all partners the detailed Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Program document, including costings, phasing, governance structure, environmental and social safeguards, and all of that detail, will ring hollow if you do not ensure that there is indeed a coordinated and joined up approach to what it's doing? Or persons will begin to ask, as they have started asking, why is it this early relief program has been so chaotic, disjointed, and partisan in how it has been carried out?
Mr. Speaker, what we have seen here and the question asked is a classic case of bringing the false notion onto a public platform. I can say here, Mr. Speaker, I can say here, and the member from Southwest, I call her my neighbor and my sister. And I try not to be harsh. I try not to be harsh. But she's saying that she can manage it. Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwest is not an expert in disaster recovery. The experts in disaster recovery have spoken, and they have spoken publicly on Jamaican media, on Jamaican radio. They have written documents, and they have said quite the opposite. In fact, they have commended Jamaica as a small island developing state for its response. The persons who peddle this falsehood, Mr. Speaker, seem to conveniently ignore that Hurricane Melissa was one of the strongest hurricanes to have hit Jamaica, not just in the Atlantic, but globally. It is in the top 3 strongest hurricanes. No other hurricane has done the level of damage to Jamaica in its recorded history.
Hey, tap your fuck, remember the World Bank president come to Jamaica and say, Yanima go talk about how you can digitalize the country. And one hurricane can destroy the GDP in double digit. So I and the World Bank at work. You and the fucking World Bank at work. That is why they cannot compliment you but respond the way how you respond. Then the World Bank woman is a fucking liar and should have come out of the country too. The World Bank woman they talk today on TV is a fucking shitbag. She's a liar. And if you come out of a blood clot island and go, if you come out and tell and talk about Andrew Wallace, you can see clearly that the two of them are work together. The two, Andrew Wallace and the World Bank are work together now. The World Bank president visit him and said them have to work on a way of digitalize Jamaica. And everything I want to see happen now, them have tried to find a way for digitalize Jamaica. Fully at them and the World Bank are work. So when you see the woman come out and talk, what she talks, so you hear Cliff User play, your director says she and Andrew Wallace are work. Because the way Andrew Wallace respond to this hurricane, far from what she has said. And she died Jamaica. So she have to be a fucking liar. Remember she died Jamaica, you know? if you go up on national TV and I talk, I don't know if Andrew come in a parliament and talk about World Bank accredit him. The World Bank woman who talk, she's a fucking liar that need to leave the island.
Than this one. None. Within hours after Hurricane Melissa, I picked up the phone and I called the chief, the acting chief of defense staff, the head of the NWA, the minister responsible for works, and I said to them, get the airport open. They were out there in the night checking the road to make sure, checking with the necessary authorities to make sure that planes could land. The following day, we were able to open the airport. Mr. Speaker, in a few days, hold on, in a few days, we were able to open the Sangster International Airport. In 72 hours.
So, you see, are you making all the decision them? So, are you talk about it, you know, safe with the soldier them come out and help the people them? But it is too dangerous. So, you wait, you think you decide when the soldier them start help the people them because you think it too dangerous. So, are you give all of the talk them? Are you have the final say with everything? And I pretend like you don't know. I talk about when the finance minister come back to parliament next week, him answer the question where Julia Robinson asks. When you know, say you are the finance minister, but you don't have an answer now, you talk about next week. Next week now, you know, cook up something to tell favor for contact like she the finance minister. Eh? I don't think we are hear that. The World Bank woman we are credit to for left Jamaica, she want pussy old drunk crow. She a liar. Because she there on the island and know say your response to this Melissa is far from what she has say. And if she can come on TV contact that she's a drunk crow and need to leave the island.
Precisely. Now let me be clear on this, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Roads were blocked. Communities cut off. I don't like to talk about what the equipment capability of the JDF is. Well, we don't have enough helicopters. We just don't. It took 3 days for us to get additional airlift from our American friends, and I want to thank them for making the airlift available. 3 days. When I landed in Black River the day after, I sent a team by ground. That team could not pass through Holland Bamboo to get to me. When I called...
You know, so you want a lick by your mouth. You want a blood clot lick by your mouth. Because when they me hear you talk, and the amount of money you're spending at the JDF and by Bushmaster and helicopter and plane, and here you're in a parliament and talk about you don't have much. You want a helicopter lick by your mouth. You don't know. You want the popular helicopter to lick you by your nose and your mouth. This is the tip of the popular. First lick you by your nose and your mouth. But you don't have much helicopter. And when you come out and talk about you're investing in the JDF, never before. How much 3 new Bushmaster and the state-of-the-art helicopter and plane and drone, and now you're going to talk about, you know, but you want a helicopter lick by your mouth.
Say where they were. They were still with machetes trying to cut their way through. JDF was there with them trying to cut their way through. Never forget it, a lady said she walked 20 miles. I saw her coming in to Black River, and she said a neighbor of hers was out in the storm and a wall fell on him and he died. And we asked JDF, as soon as you're able to mobilize, go and find this body. I mean, I would say we had about 5 operational helicopters. Now, you think about having just 5 helicopters 3 days after. How are you going to distribute that to deal with all the problems? Yes. The people who peddle that are unreasonable, yes, and they are lying. And they don't mean Jamaica anything. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am the first one to say that in the immediate response, there was a scramble. We don't deny that. because we have never had this before. Institutions, you know, funny enough, Mr. Speaker, the members from Westmoreland made a very strong case that the disaster...
So you come like you and Daryl Vaston, if you come use this and you talk about don't mean Jamaica any good. Are you and your wife and all of them mean Jamaica no good? I mean, but me, are you not mean Jamaica no good? Remember right now people still asleep on one sheet of zinc and chaparral. Remember right now some people not get no food.
But why do
I want to mean Jamaica no good. The opposition need to oppose this piece of damn shit here. Our work is to oppose the government. So when I hear this man come out and talk this rubbish, you need to raise for a point of order.
Nothing.
You can't just sit down, bumbo clot, sit down so.
I'm tired, man, of them. Fuck them too.
The response was slow and ineffective. And you know, I reflected on it. I did, because every criticism, I take it and I look at it, because if I am wrong, I'm the first to admit. In the same way that when I looked at the response, I said in the first 3 days, we were all just trying to run around and trying to get things done. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the member will tell you that the disaster manager for the parish fell ill, had a stroke, and that key person in the coordination of the response was not available. But I wouldn't only use that as a response, as an excuse. There were persons who lost their roofs, who were cut off, had no telecommunication, we couldn't find them. So to say that our response was slow, it's not just a lie, it's unfair. Let's make another point, Mr. Speaker.
When I hear them a liar, when man are going to talk about the key partner, the key man if we deal with the sketch of stroke. When I hear them a blood clot liar where Prime Minister, after I have nothing, if you come, say that we never have a blood clot manifesto. You don't have nothing to come to Parliament, man, make up this a liar. Eh? Jesus mercy.
The Jamaica Defence Force stood up an operation. And we had to make strategic decisions about how we're going to use our resources. Strategic decision number one. If there are people who want to come to Jamaica, who have the experience, who have the equipment, and who have the know-how to do this thing, let them go quickly into the areas.
And PNP then can't borrow, so they man speak and lock off mic, you know. Because they not talk. They not talk, you know. So they said Madam Speaker have lock off blood clot mic on them because they not talk. They not use up their mic. Eh? They not use up their mic. So this is shit Madam Speaker lock off mic on them because they not use it.
Madam Speaker not even there.
No, man, I don't even talk. I just sit down and hear this super rubbish. And just sit down.
No, say no.
Make it look like a... You don't understand...
I'm like Andrew called it.
Eh?
Like, something is wrong.
Jesus mercy. I didn't look forward for tonight Parliament, you know, but I not tell you like, it come like me should... This come like it's a fucking joke. This is a joke. This is a joke.
So I see people saying, I don't see nobody from the government. The only person I see is from the Lacovia police station. How you think the aid got there? You think they just swam into Jamaica? The government opened the airport. The government cleaned the road. The government escorted them. Don't talk nonsense.
Happy Christmas.
My Siwi photo book.
They want to give aid to Jamaica. That they are able to do it. You think they come here without ensuring that there are security guarantees? Who you think gives them the security guarantees? You think the stock that they have just moved automatically, just materialize where they are? How many convoys you see moving with the security forces carrying them through? Don't talk nonsense about there was no government presence. I want to give commendation to the police.
So they sit down.
The JCF needs special
No
recognition
time to waste. This
in
come
this
like I waste
disaster.
my time. Why they keep press briefing
With
today?
roofs blown off, no electricity,
Why the fuck
they
they
stood
keep
up.
press briefing today? If you sit down and make Andrew talk so much, hey,
When
look
I
at
went to
more man,
Black
them are
River,
people here waste of time.
police
This
station
has
was
time, blood clot,
destroyed.
Jamaica
Nothing.
off
They
my
didn't have any
panel.
electricity.
Because they not use
One of my
it.
first order of business
Then bumbo
was to
clot
secure
use it.
generators.
Then keep press briefing today.
4 generators
Saying,
to police.
I hear Andrew on his attack, so much fuckery. And a race for the point of order.
That's not my role or my job, but I did it.
Look at more man, them are people are public kill off them
Center
blood clot,
of
Andrew.
response.
Then